Alrighty, let's call the meeting to order at 6:15 p.m. This is Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council. Thank you everyone for coming to today's Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council meeting. My name is Gabriel Callan. I'm the president of this council. This meeting is being recorded and the recording will be available on our PRNC YouTube page as well as our webpage prnc.org. All meeting attendees will automatically be muted when they join the meeting. Attendees may address the board in one of two situations: comment on an agenda item or provide general public comment. After each agenda item is read out loud and before a board vote is taken on that item, if any, I'll ask if any member of the public wishes to address the board regarding the agenda item being considered. At that time, the meeting attendees can electronically raise their hand to speak by pressing *9 if they are using a telephone for audio, or clicking the raise your hand button on Zoom. That'll prompt the president or presiding officer that you wish to speak. I will go down the list of those who raise their hand, turn on their audio one at a time, and ask him or her to go ahead and provide public comment within a specific period of time. When the speaker's time expires, I'll let the speaker know that their time has expired, thank them for the comment, and turn off the audio for that speaker. This process will continue until all attendees who raise their hand spoke. At that time, the board will discuss the motion and take a vote if they choose so. As noted in the meeting agenda, there is an item dedicated to public comments on the items not on the agenda, but within the purview of the board. When the item comes up during the course of the meeting, I will ask if any member of the public wishes to address the board regarding any issues that is not on the agenda, but is within the domain of the board's action and capabilities. At that time, the meeting attendees can electronically raise their hand to speak using the same procedures described previously. Please note that under Brown's Act, the board is prevented from discussing or acting on a matter that is brought to its attention during the general public comment period. However, the issues raised by a member of the public may become a subject of a future board meeting. Public comment is limited to 2 minutes per speaker unless adjusted by a presiding officer or president at his or her discretion. Let's move on to item number 3, roll call. I heard Becky, you're going to do it today?
I think.
Or should I do it?
No, I'll do it.
Okay, go for it.
Unless you want me to go home.
No, go for it.
Okay, Bright Erics,
Aye.
David Balin,
Present.
Hilda Sarkeesian,
I'm here.
Jason Hector,
Here.
Luis, oh, he's not here anymore. Me, Becky Levesque is present, Brandy Grace,
Here.
Jennifer Abraham, Voss Singh, absent.
Here.
Okay, here, Christine Demercian,
Here.
okay, and Gabriel Conlon.
I am well here.
Okay. We have
Thank
a
you.
quorum.
And we have a quorum. Awesome. Let's move on to the next agenda item, which is pledges of allegiance. Please stand up. Put your right hand on your heart and let's begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
Under
under
God,
God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
all.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you.
To move on to item number 5, President's comments and updates. I got 2 updates to make. Number 1, the elections are open. If you want to join PRNC and have good ideas for Porter Ranch, please apply by going to prnc.org/run2023. That's you get a lot of information about the elections and you may apply there as well. Next item also is we have a booth at the Carnival of Knowledge at the Chatsworth High School on March 30th. If you want to participate, it's 5:30 to 7:30. We encourage everyone to show up at least and show your presence. Once again, it's at Chatsworth High School, March 30th, and it's 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. And if you can come and help, please do so. Arrive around 4:30, 5 o'clock to help set up the booth. Item number 6 is updates from representatives of elected officials, city departments, and city attorney. Please raise your hand. Thank you, Colin. And the floor is yours.
Good evening, everybody. Colin Cruz here, District Director for Councilmember John Lee. I got a couple of updates for you guys on some things that the council member has been up to as the chairman of the Board of Public Works Committee. The council member has put forth a motion in the committee for the Bureau of Street Lighting as well as LAPD to report back on any possible mitigation efforts that the Bureau is doing to prevent copper wire theft of our streetlights, and to find out what possible enforcement actions the LAPD is pursuing regarding the theft of our copper wire and our streetlights. CD12 has actually been hit the hardest when it comes to copper wire theft, as I'm sure everybody in Porter Ranch is aware. We're working closely with the department to get those systems repaired as quickly as possible. We've had some recent successes in the area, but when that wire is stolen, those lights are daisy chained together, and so wire theft from one light can frequently knock out a whole block of lights. So we're waiting for the report back on that. He also put in a motion in the committee regarding street resurfacing. There's currently a moratorium if a street is resurfaced, and if for some reason within a year of that resurfacing, say a utility company has to cut into, or any sort of work has to be done and the street has to be cut into, the street has to be resurfaced. The entire block of the street has to be resurfaced. This obviously takes a lot of resources from the city. It also, it adds to pollution as far as all of the particulates that are put into the air every time a street is resurfaced. So we're looking at ways that if a street does have to be cut into prior to the year moratorium being up, that we can effectively, fix the street to the satisfaction of the community where it was cut into without having to do the entire block. This could also help on the front end when it comes to street service, Bureau of Street Services scheduling resurfacing projects. They do this at the beginning of the fiscal year. They set out a schedule for all the streets they want to resurface in each council district. And part of that process is a deep dive into utility holds and what utilities might be planning to cut into what streets. And there's a lot of legwork on the front end, and it might allow the Bureau some more flexibility and provide some nimbleness when it comes to scheduling the resurfacing of streets in our city. And then last but not least, and I know you all are aware of this because it's on your agenda, the council member put in a motion in the committee to investigate ways that we can fix our sidewalks without removing thousands of trees within the city. An initial report back, there was an estimated, I think it was upwards of like 10,000 trees that the Bureau of Street Services said would have to be removed to adequately repair our sidewalks. Obviously, we want to protect our urban forests. So the council member put in a motion for the Bureau to report back on ways that we can, adequately fix our sidewalks without removing thousands of trees from our urban forest. Other communities have done it, other cities have done it. And so he's asking the Bureau to report back on ways that this has been done in other cities without, again, removing thousands of trees, which nobody wants to do. And that's what I've got for you guys tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin, as always. I see David with his hand up. David Balin.
Colin, good evening. David
Good
Balin.
evening, sir.
So I'm sure you realize what I'm going to bring to your attention. The letter that John Lee had sent to Rexham Park requesting the name change for the Porter Ranch Park, the 50-acre park. And I know that Gabriel, myself, and other people have asked you where we're at on the park, and you had been somewhat silent. And I think, maybe you knew about the letter, you didn't know about the letter, but maybe you want to elaborate where we're going with this, because Jason and I worked on naming of the park. We dealt with Englander back when he was trying to change the name of the park. I'm not going to let up on the name change. So I kind of want to figure out where you guys are going and why you haven't had outreach, or why you haven't informed the community of what you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thanks, David. And as I mentioned in my email I sent you, We're following the process that Rec and Parks lays out. That process is the council office makes a recommendation. Rec and Parks then looks at that recommendation and decides if they believe that it is an appropriate name for a new park. And in either case, whether they do feel it's appropriate or not, the next phase in the process is the community outreach and suggestions from the community on possible different names or approval or disapproval of the name suggested by the council office. So we're following the procedures set out by the department.
Fair enough, but just so you know, and I can send you the qualifications that it entails to name a park. I don't know if you've ever looked at that or not, but unfortunately, where you guys are going at this time, it doesn't fall within the qualifications. But I'm sure we will have more discussions in the coming months. And I know the park is planning to be opened up in July, so this should be a very interesting next couple months. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Hey, Colin.
Hey.
Let's see. Yeah, glad you saw the motions. We got another motion on there. Hopefully you'll be around for those last two, item 13 and 14 in particular. With respect to the sidewalk repair, you know, we've been going Rinaldi. We've been talking about Rinaldi, you know, the sidewalks, I think for several years now, right? Dating back to Alex Kim. Remember those and Kodo, and you know, it goes pretty far back. So we have a CIS coming up, but you know, that's really kind of the worst part in terms of sidewalk repairs on Rinaldi. When you look at, I don't know if you've been around there or seen the condition of it. I was
there with Mr. Kim several years ago.
Okay, so you're aware. So I think, you know, for us, we're kind of making a push, you know, maybe we can try and, you know, get some movement on that. And I did talk to your colleague about maybe setting up a walk, you know, site visit or something, if possible, with your office. So we can kind of look at that in the freeways as well, you know, with Caltrans and the condition there. I also want to bring your attention to, I've been to the parks lately and we've had a lot of major mudslides. A lot of the hillside is falling apart on Wilbur and Tampa. So I've been working with Merca on that, but also Aliso Canyon Park. I was just down there today. There's graffiti everywhere on the park. And I walked all the way up, and what's happening is that the water is coming off the hillside and draining all through the path, and the path is all eroded. And it's a real dangerous situation. You got about 3 foot deep worth of, you know, kind of like a drainage. So the situation needs to be addressed up there. I wanted to bring it to your guys' attention. I was just up there yesterday. It was embarrassing. I don't want to tell you what was on the ground. But you know, the park, I was there with my wife, and the park, it needs attention over there in Aliso Canyon. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. And thank you for what you're doing. And on the copper wire theft issue, we did get on Wilbur and Tampa, they sealed up all the junction boxes were welded shut. And then they've put new boxes in now with the kind of thing you can't just open. You need a special tool to open it. So that was very successful. And I think maybe now we got to maybe look at Rinaldi. But, you know, Street Lighting did a very good job in getting Wilbur and Tampa reinstated. So I just wanted to share the successes as well as the challenges.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Jason.
If you could pass that along to the staff, I'd appreciate those things.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Brandy?
Thank you. Oh, bless you, Colin.
Sorry.
It's okay. You're allowed to cough. We will permit it. I had a couple questions for you. In the last meeting, I had brought to you the idea about doing a list for law enforcement for non-swatting, for protections of people that were in danger of being attacked with false swatting fake reports. Did you have a chance to talk to the councilman about it?
I spoke to our ledge team about it. They're going to look into it. I mean, obviously there's concern as far as, say you're on such a list and then
Mhm.
something does go wrong and you actually are calling for help. So that's obviously a concern, but I did bring it up with our legislative team.
Okay. I mean, I can, I'd be happy to talk them through what other places are doing where they're, like, it doesn't mean don't ever send an officer, but they'll.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they just won't send SWAT. They'll send an officer, or they might have a phone number they can call you directly to confirm that there isn't a problem. There's ways to handle it, and I'd be happy to brainstorm with them. And like, I didn't expect it to happen right away. I was just curious what had happened.
Everybody knows nothing happens quickly in the city.
No, you had to implement it in 24 hours. The other thing I was curious, I spoke with the councilman over the phone, and he said he was going to bring to his staff about the Aliso Canyon. What we have on our agenda, the letter about getting some kind of city support for the plan to the roadmap to close down Aliso. Did he speak with you? Do you know if he spoke with anyone?
I mean, again, that's going to be, I mean, I mentioned it to him after our last meeting, we spoke about it, and I know that he was bringing it up again. That's more of on the legislative end. So
Okay.
I know that he spoke to Josh and Eric about it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
David, you have another question or comment?
Yeah, just to follow up to what Jason was getting at and thanking the councilman's office. And I agree with Jason in regards to the wire theft and locking up the boxes. But I really want to thank Asad Al-Najjar that he works with the councilman's office hand in hand, and he expedites things for our community because he's in our community. So thank you to both the councilman's office and Asad Al-Najjar. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, David. Any public comment? No public comment. Sounds good. Thank you, Colin. As always.
Thank
You're
you.
You're sticking around for the meeting.
Yes, sir.
You got it. If we have
All
any,
right.
so we'll come back to you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Any other city officials or public officials here? Raise your hand. Mr. Gibson, the floor is yours.
Hi there, Mr. President. Sorry about that. Hi, everybody.
Oh.
Gibson and Baruch. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to reach out.
You're cutting in and out.
Your audio is not good.
Give me 1 second. Let me fix that. You guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Is that better?
Yes, go for it.
As everybody is aware, just want to make the announcement that Raquel Beltran is no longer the general manager for the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment. She resigned on Friday, and our ongoing interim general manager is Vanessa Serrano. So just wanted to make sure we start from there. The next thing is we are in the process of working with your board to ensure that we are helping get our meeting location for in-person. As you know, in-person meetings begins on April 1. End of this month is the end of virtual meetings as we know it. So we will be doing in-person meetings starting April. So I am working with your board to make sure that we have a meeting location for future meetings. So that definitely does entail just a lot of contracting with the city, with the location, and just making sure that we sort out those logistics. And that's what I'm working on with the board, trying to make sure that we are able to get that situated. And so just wanted to make sure that I'm following up with everybody and keeping you all updated as we do that. If you have any questions, please feel free to let me know. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Gibson, do you know when the contract will be signed?
Good question. I don't have a timeline, but it has been prioritized with the Office of the City Clerk because we are in the process of helping all our boards get their meeting locations. So it is the top priority between the department and the Office of the City Clerk. I don't have a good answer on that question, but I am working on making sure that it is being prioritized and we make sure that the board has the meeting location.
Gotcha. And then you want to discuss the updated information about hybrid, not hybrid, absences and etc. during excused absences for hybrid meetings, if we do hybrid?
Yes, so is that something you want me to discuss right now?
Yeah, go for it.
So as you know, that according to Assembly Bill 2449, there is a possibility for entities can take action to incorporate a hybrid model. This hybrid model entails, it has different ways. This is where the board will be incorporating telecommuting, teleconferencing as part of in-person meetings. One of the key things to know is the in-person quorum has to be in person. It cannot include the neighborhood council board members who will be teleconferencing. So that means in-person folks have to have quorum. And then for board members who will be teleconferencing, they have to inform the president of the reason why they'll be teleconferencing. And they'll have a maximum of up to 3 times to which they can teleconference. And then this is where the board will take action as to whether they want to incorporate teleconferencing for public comment. So there's a sort of extra step to which with teleconferencing, but the live broadcasting and live streaming is not a problem. That's something that has always existed before and will continue to do so. But it's making sure that public comment is also part of that. And how does that look like? Making sure that we incorporate the teleconferencing during public comment. So it's definitely going to be a few steps to which if the board wants to take action on, we can, it will depend as to how they do it. And I just want to make sure that I want to see how the board takes action as to how that'll look like and how that type of engagement will look like and what type of equipment the board is looking into. And that's why I'm here to definitely try to provide that assistance as much as possible.
Thank you. David, you have a question, comment?
Comment. So, where do I go on this one? It's a long time coming to see Raquel Beltran be relieved of her position. I'm not sure if Gibson has the same information that the news has put out, but it's a time for a breath of fresh air, and it's going to be nice to see who's going to step in and take over, and hopefully we have a good overhaul of the NC. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Jason?
Yeah, hi Gibson. I asked you about our budgets before, and you didn't really have a comment on that, but we're getting around to budget season, and we've passed a letter at this council requesting that our budgets be reinstated to the pre-COVID level of the 42,000. My question is, does the general manager send the proposed budget to the mayor in consideration of our budgets, or is it simply that they're looking at their budgets and their staff?
With the budget, I don't have a good question. I don't have a good answer to that question because in order for, I think that's actually a separate conversation beyond the budget within the budgeting system. If the city
let me rephrase the question.
Take action.
Let me take another stab at it, Gibson. Is that something that the department has any say in? In other words, have you spoken to the leadership in the department in terms of what we've done as a neighborhood council in terms of advocating for our budgets to be reinstated? Have you brought that back to your senior management in terms of what we're?
I have brought it to their attention. If they, I have brought it to their attention.
So, like, who are we talking about?
This was this was a conversation I had brought up to the previous general manager. Made sure it was brought to focus in regards to discussion for it and figuring out.
So, can you bring it to the new leadership? This to their attention, because it's really important that we get back our budgets to where we were before. We're going to in-person meetings now, and it's just not right to leave our budgets at 32,000. It's just not right. And I ask and I implore upon you to bring back to your leadership what we passed and approved at this neighborhood council, because it's not right. COVID is we're getting out of COVID now, and that should be part of the department's letter to the mayor in terms of their budget requests. It should also include our budget because you're overseeing us. So I'd like you to bring that, if you could bring us something back next month, an update on that, but I think we'd like to have that conversation.
Not a problem. I'll bring it up to a new general manager as a point of discussion and focus.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Gibson.
Thank you, Jason. Brandy?
Thank you. Hello, Gibson.
Hello.
So I have a question as we're moving back to in-person / hybrid. Is there still going to be an option for virtual town halls and virtual events where I've seen a lot of people saying in not just NC, but outside of NC spaces, how much easier it is to get guests and attendees and everybody if it's online only. So is there going to be a space for that?
I don't believe that is necessarily impacted. I don't think if I'm wrong, I will sort of acknowledge a mistake, but thus far I haven't seen that anything that will limit the ability to have virtual events. I don't think that's something that is restricted. It's just the in-person meetings. That's my understanding. And if I'm not wrong, if I'm not correct, I'll make sure to provide better guidance next month. But from my assessment, that's not what's been changed. I think virtual is still an option in terms of events. Yeah, I haven't seen anything that prohibits that.
What I will say is I know a lot of NCs were holding virtual events as just special meetings or committee meetings, which would be required now to be in person. So is there some kind of like normally if you have an event, you have to fill out an event form for the space. Is there any kind of new process?
That process doesn't change. I think that process doesn't change because the board still has to take action to make sure that folks are aware of it.
Right. I mean, the board would take action, but is there anything with the city that we'll have to file or something?
That's a good question. Let me get more guidance on that clarity, but I
Thank
haven't seen anything that will restrict the ability to do virtual meetings, to be honest with you.
Okay. And I'd also, on a personal note, I'd like to thank you. The demonstration of the importance of diversity. Just tonight is the first time I realized that the UI color for Zoom makes it incredibly difficult to actually see a dark-skinned hand as opposed to the bright yellow one, and that's not okay. And I'm glad that Gabriel was able to notice that you had your hand up because I couldn't see it. So thank you for representation and diversity and showing the importance of that tonight to me again.
Not a problem. I think it's always a consistent effort. It's a collaborative effort as we continue sort of bringing, as the department's racial equity officer, that's something that we try to make sure that we incorporate all aspects of inclusivity and just we just want to be more equitable within the neighborhood council system. So
Thank you, Gibson. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Thank you. And we have 2 attendees with questions or comments. Ron Nagai, floor is yours.
Roger.
Hello, thank you very much. My recommendation to the neighborhood council is, as far as the budget goes, you need to be talking to the mayor's office. The neighborhood council is not going to do anything for you, and you'll find that out when you go down that rabbit hole. You need to be talking to the mayor's office. She prepares the budget, and you need to be asking for 50,000. I don't know why we're asking for a lower amount when we should go back to the original 50. And as you might remember, when I was a president of the board, we tried to get more because we thought 50,000 was too low. But I think we need to have all the, like, for example, the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils and various alliances all over the city. We need to get everybody together and say, we want more. And we don't want a lot of interference about how we conduct our meetings. That's not what the neighborhood councils were supposed to be for. So anyway, I would hope that you would consider that because we're just getting more and more bureaucratic as we go, and we're allowing it to happen. That's what I find disturbing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. I got Glenn Bailey.
Yeah, good evening, Glenn Bailey. So I am one of the members on the EVG hybrid work group that, although it has hybrid in its title, we deal with all these issues. And our last meeting with Raquel was the end of February. So, and things do change. But I just have a couple words of advice, and I will comment when you get to the agenda item. If I'm not doing my report to a different meeting, I will comment on your budget letter because I think I have some things there. But I did want to say with regards to the question of virtual, you should always check. So first of all, yes to everything Gibson says, but you should also check with the Gibson as NEA, which is the department clearance, but also the city attorney. And the reason I say that is they will ask you if there would be a quorum of your board present, or possibly even a quorum of a quorum that requires it to be noticed as a Brown Act meeting. And that may or may not fly. I'm aware of one council where they got approval because they did it as a town hall event, whatever. But just know that just because you call it a town hall and it's not a board meeting, there may be some other things to be concerned about. So I just wanted to, and hopefully you can work that out, but clearly anything that's going to come to the board and that there's a quorum of the board or a quorum of a quorum, that's quite different than, let's just say you had an informational session, a guest speaker talking about, or the councilman or whatever, talk in a non-board setting, just talking about whatever issue that you invited the general public, and it's about the speaker and it's about the public attending. So that would be my 2 cents to add on that. And do look at the details of Assembly Bill 2449 so that everything that Gibson said, you've got the further details on the restrictions as it relates to board members joining your in-person meetings virtually, because there are some strict requirements until we get the new bill, Senate Bill 411, amended and passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you. John and Michelle Hales, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. John Hale, speaking as an individual. I want to share with you something I just found out this week. Our board has been discussing this in-person versus virtual, et cetera. And we have a real serious question as to whether we want to go back to in-person or virtual. But we have a relationship with a middle school. And I was speaking with the principal and he said to me, are you guys coming back? And I explained to him that we're still in that process of finding out virtual versus in-person, et cetera. And I said, then they're talking about hybrid. And he looked at me with this funny look and he says, if you're coming back, you can use our hybrid. And I said to him, you have hybrid? He says, yeah, it's all set up in a library. In fact, he suggested that all middle schools and high schools have hybrid options available, not only for their people, but the school. So I'm just sharing with you the comment. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but you can certainly check with LAUSD to verify that, or call your local schools and see. Elementaries are out. He says definitely they don't have it, but the middle school and high schools have that option that you can use. That's going to change our whole outlook on what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Gibson, quick question for you. What happens if somebody?
Yes, sir.
What happens if somebody reaches 3 absences from the actual in-person meeting and they're doing hybrid or Zoom?
So I think that's where that's again, right? It's one of the big limitations of it. It will have to be sort of stated as an absence because it has a limitation. I think that's the big, as Glenn Bailey had mentioned, it's just the restriction of Assembly Bill 2449 that we are working within, and we just have to. That's the best we can do thus far, to be honest with you.
And what kind of excuses are acceptable to do hybrid versus in person?
I don't have a good excuse. I think it's up to the board to decide what they would want to do in terms of how they want to incorporate a virtual, the teleconferencing option within their public meetings. I think if there's any discussion for it and how the board wants to take action, I'll be more than glad to be of assistance in terms of what equipment we can work with. I think as NEA, I'm willing to take that extra effort, but one thing is for sure, the department doesn't have the full capacity to assist in terms of completely managing the teleconferencing for all neighborhood councils. But if your board finds a piece of platform that works with Zoom and how we can incorporate that, we can go through a crash course here with you and Mr. President, so we can figure that out and see how it works best.
Sounds good. I believe that's the way the board's leaning. I've heard from a few members that they will be doing hybrid for whatever reason. So yes, let's have that discussion offline whenever we get a chance.
Thank you.
And then I got Glenn Bailey has his hand up again. Glenn,
I'm sorry, Gabe, I got a twofer here.
I'll either go for it, Jason.
Can you hear me? You know, I'm just grappling with this whole scenario from a legal perspective in terms of the assembly bill, number one. So, you know, I think it's imperative on Dunn to maybe put out like a fact sheet or something in terms of, because you have the assembly, it's assembly bill, right? You have the assembly bill, but then you also have kind of the interpretations of the assembly bill and the logistics for us as a neighborhood council. And the city attorney, I'm sure, is opining on, you know, those interpretations, right? Am I correct? You have two different things, right? You have the assembly bill, but then you have the city attorney advising you on what you're saying, like in terms of absences, and you know, it just doesn't make sense to me that you can't have quorum. If somebody's on video, then they're there in the meeting and that's not being counted. Is that a legal interpretation from the city attorney, or is that from the assembly bill? I think it's.
So just let's look at this way, right? There is going to be sort of guidance to which we are working within the office of the city attorney to interpret the assembly bill from the state.
Okay.
And there's no difference between the guidance of the city attorney's office and the assembly and the bills that the state law that we're following, because state law always stomps city policy. That's just always been the hierarchy of things, right? We're not carving any piece of policy that's different from what's dictated. We're just actually trying to make sure we have a good
You're trying to conform with the assembly bill. So is there a fact sheet or some kind of document that they're going to put out for us that, you know, maybe we'll frequently ask questions or something? Because I think that would be important, because, you know, it doesn't make sense to me what is being said right now, you know, the interpretation and the guidelines, and something should be put out to the councils. That's my 2 cents. And you know, it's just a comment.
I think especially one thing to just kind of touch base on is, especially with the change in leadership in our department, I think it's just we are working from the guidance of the new general managers to how things will be moving. And then once we have a good update, we'll make sure that folks are informed as to on that, and then we'll go from there.
Sounds good. Glenn and then David. Glenn?
Yes, just so you know that, so I don't know with the changes of the general manager, but for the hybrid work group, we were to be given a draft of the information going out to the neighborhood councils. We were told that we would get that and need to reply back with our comments by March 17th. So haven't seen that yet. Again, may have been affected by the changes. So yes, that was in the works, you know, to get all those things given to the neighborhood councils. Again, I strongly recommend that you actually look at Assembly Bill 2449. It is the opposite of helpful for the purposes of neighborhood councils. Literally, it is the opposite of helpful. The restrictions are, by the way, it's per calendar year, the maximum. It does make a distinction between consecutive absences, and I won't go into the details, but you got to look at it. It's only for elder care, child care, your own illness, or traveling on official business, which implies, you know, city or state, or, but you're not going to travel because of neighborhood council business. So take a look at that, the actual wording of that, and then just watch for when the department does release the, you know, the details of that. I would not rely on 2449. If that's an exception that, you know, that could possibly be utilized on an occasional basis. But I hope maybe your next meeting, you might want to agendize a discussion regarding Senate Bill 411, which will fix these all these problems, because if it gets amended, it will allow neighborhood councils to opt in. And so that you could bifurcate your board meetings, which have to be in person right now. You could bifurcate and have your committee meetings virtual, or you could opt in to have some or all of your board meetings virtual. But even though it's an urgency bill, the author has indicated that it'll take at least 3 months to get through the legislative process. So anyway, I'll be quiet. Thanks.
Thank you, Glenn. And David Balin, the floor is yours. And
Just a quick follow-up, and I believe Colin would be able to concur and Gibson may be able to concur, but the city is at 100% back to work and holding their meetings in person. So we're back to 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, David. You have anything else to add, Mr. Gibson, or?
No, sir, I think we're good to go, but I'll definitely be here to the meetings. If anybody has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Becky, you have something to add?
Yeah, in reference to David Balin's question, are you working in an office? Gibson, is everyone are you saying everyone in the city is working in an office in person? Or are they working remotely from home? 100% of everyone is working in an office. Is
I'm
that
gonna
hard
say
to
that
understand?
I was gonna say that it's on a case-by-case basis for different departments. Our department we are mandated to be in the office 2 times a week, and the 3 days we have the ability to work remotely. We just have to make sure that we inform our supervisors and our board members if we'll be in the office or we'll be virtual. So it is not everybody's back 100%. Some departments have seen the benefit of having virtual. They've just incorporated as part of their process in terms of working. And I just want to make sure that it's not sort of to disagree with what Mr. Balin has said, but it's a different case for each department. And ours is virtual 3 times a week or remotely, and then 2 times a week in the office. So some departments are taking that approach. So we've been working, we've 100% working. It's just that some departments are virtual and others are in person.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank
Not a
you.
problem.
I do not see any more hands up. Last call. All right, let's move on. That next item, and thank you, Mr. Gibson, for the information.
Anytime.
Thank you. Next item is item number 7, updates from LAPD Devonshire. I don't see any of them present. If you are here, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll move on. I don't see any hands, so let's move on to item number 8, update from Chatsworth Port-au-Ranch Chamber of Commerce. I do know Renee is here. Then bring you in. And the floor is yours when you're back.
There you go. You think after all this time I could find the mute button.
How are
It
you?
still takes time. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Renee Grace Rodriguez, and I am the Executive Vice President of the Chatsworth Port-au-Ranch Chamber of Commerce. It is good to see all of you today in this meeting. Thank you for including us as an agendized part of your meeting, and that we will regularly have representation here from the chamber. And we're very excited because this year we have really taken steps to promote Port-au-Ranch as part of our chamber. You are an important member of our chamber, and for the longest time you guys have just been a side note. And with business growing and the residents growing, it's now important that there's equal stature, and we bring you up into that. So we've made some steps to redesign our logo to bring you in. We've also started working more closely with some of the businesses there, working on grand openings, that sort of thing. The chamber has over 107-year history, and we don't want to lose that history. So because we've been around since 1914, I think is when we were, since we've been around a really long time, I think it behooves us to maintain the tradition and unite together for our business communities to be very successful and to promote each other. And so with that, I'm thankful that you've added us to this. So one of the things I want to tell you what makes our board a little bit different than some of the other boards out there, because we know there's a lot of them. Some of the chambers are very much networky. type chambers. They try to get people together and they do fun, small events together. Other chambers, they maybe put on 1 or 2 parties a year, and that's their thing. Like Granada Hills, they do their street fair. And then our chamber, we kind of did both for a long time, but we've reverted back because of COVID to really put on 2 spectacular events every year. And the 2 spectacular events that we put on with 8,000 to 10,000 people in attendance, Blockfest, which is coming up on April 15th. We will have approximately 200 vendors. There's going to be 6 food trucks, plus all the restaurants will have specials going on. Also, the West End Arts District is going to be having an event coordinated with the Blockfest on the 15th. The parking will be available at the metro station, and you can take the shuttle provided courtesy of our council member, John Lee. Thank you, Council Member Lee, providing us with the shuttle to help people go navigate the Devonshire corridor, because there is quite a bit of a distance between the train station and where we're having our event, and then going down to the Arts District. But it promises to be a really good time. It was an excellent fundraiser for us. And the other thing that our chamber does every year is, of course, we do the State of the Community address, which takes place in October, where we gather all of our electeds together to come and talk about what happened this year. What are we doing this year? And last year we had a special election edition of State of the Community. Most of the candidates showed up, and you were able to hear them debate with each other and talk to each other. And then people won who won. So this is where we are. But one other thing that makes our chamber a little bit different is we do have the largest manufacturing district in the county of Los Angeles. And because of that, one of the things that we promote is manufacturing roundtable. So we get our presidents and our VPs of our local manufacturing companies, and we get them one-on-one in a very intimate setting, as far as getting politicals, like getting our board of supervisors, people from the Port Authority, to try to solve problems to improve resources available to our manufacturing community. We are also having a special roundtable regarding our restaurants, so that we can attack and address the issue of these pop-up restaurants that are unlicensed, and also that are creating competition for the people that are having to pay the brick and mortar. So we want to address that problem, and we do it in a responsible way. We're not sitting here, we're not trying to be prejudiced against anyone who would like to do that, but it's come to my attention that one of the largest holder of spaces for these pop-up tents has been a gentleman. He's got 5 of these all over the valley, and he's making a fortune. I understand, and I can have compassion for a family that's trying to make ends meet and wanting to do a pop-up and having a program that's suitable, that meets health standards, that would allow that family to make a little extra money doing food. I get that. But to have 5 of them is an abuse of the system. It takes advantage of our compassion as a community, and it's dangerous, because we don't know who's responsible if those food products end up being dangerous or there's issues with them. So we're attacking that on behalf of our business community right now. And we're also working with the County of Los Angeles and the city, with Mayor Bass's office, about these new rules that they've put into place. They're talking about having to get a conditional use permit, which is about as rare as a unicorn, getting a conditional use permit in order to keep their outdoor space. Now, I don't know if any of you have been to Los Toros, but isn't that patio amazing that Nick has put in? It's a beautiful patio, and a lot of restaurants are surviving on having that extra outdoor space. We need to make sure that there are not unreasonable requirements placed on them to be able to keep those spaces. Those spaces worked well to serve the community and keep businesses open, and we need to fight for those to stay open again, and that's what we will do. So that's your report from the chamber. Any of you have business owners, friends, families, creative people that would like to possibly have a booth? We are providing a booth to the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council, and we would love to have your representatives there to meet our community. Like I said, we're going to have 8,000 to 10,000 people in attendance. We have a carnival area planned out for children, which has jumpy toys and mazes and all kinds of fun stuff. The food is going to be fabulous. We also have a beer garden where we are going to have 818 and other craft brewers are providing beer for the event. And they're also going to be serving some wine. We will have wine margaritas. So it'll be a wonderful time. And we will feature once again our professional wrestlers who will be giving their exhibition just outside the bar where you can see them. It'll be a lot of fun and we'd love to have all of you there. And if any of you would like to participate in the planning, want to participate with us, we're happy to have you come along. And more importantly, there are sponsorship opportunities available. So if you want to get your name visible at this Block Fest with 8,000 to 10,000 people coming in attendance, you're going to want to engage in a sponsorship. So I highly encourage you to contact the chamber. And the numbers on our website, chatsworthchamber.com. We're working on changing that name too, so that we can bring Porter Ranch into our domain website name. We're going to bring you into that as well. So that's my report, and you all have a pleasant evening. And if I'm here to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Renee. First of all, thank you for all you do. It's been a pleasure working with you, communicating with you, and hopefully we'll do a lot of good things in the future. We do have the Block Fest on agenda. It's agenda item number 17, which we'll be discussing regarding the booth. So hopefully you'll be sticking around. If you have any question, anybody has any questions to ask you then. I do see a couple of hands up. Let's start with Jason. Jason, the floor is yours.
I think Brandy was first.
All right, Brandy.
All right, you're fine.
You go, Randy.
Okay. Hi, Renee. I was
Hi,
just,
Brandy Grace. Oh my God, it's so good to see you, or not see you rather.
yeah, right. It's so good. I'm just curious, have there been any, you're talking about like the name, has there been any floating ideas for what might happen? So it's not looking like it's just Chatsworth?
Yes, so one of the things that we've done is we've changed our corporate documents to now we are officially the Chatsworth Porter Ranch Chamber of Commerce. That's official now.
Ah,
And
cool.
we were able to carry our over 100-year history with it because it was an official name change from the original Chatsworth Chamber of Commerce before Porter Ranch existed. So that's one of it. We're also incorporating that into our marketing tools, and then we're also doing it in our web development as well, and all our marketing materials. We want to make sure that everyone knows Porter Ranch is part of who we're fighting for and working for in this community.
Awesome. And I'm very certain that all of the legal stuff was taken care of by your brilliant legal mind. So thank you.
Yes, you got it. Absolutely.
Thank you, Jason. Jason.
He's looking for the mute button, I think. Maybe.
I'm not sure.
Did he freeze?
There he goes. He looks like it's freezing up.
He looked
Yeah.
muted.
Yeah,
There he is.
I'm having bad internet connections, but it's okay. You can just bypass. Well, no, I was just gonna suggest, I like what you're doing with the manufacturing roundtable and the restaurants roundtable. Maybe like an economic forum would be a cool idea because, there's so much changing right now with what's going on in terms of, I'm in real estate and, with the interest rates going on, we're talking about recession. And I think it would be a cool idea to do like a more broad topic. And, I appreciate that you're having this in Porter Ranch. And I think, and then I just maybe wanted to, do you have any thoughts on how, our business community can do something here, whether it be an event or, like a roundtable or something? I think there's just a tremendous opportunity with this new shopping center that we have as it's filling out. So, just kind of maybe think about, I don't know if you had any ideas, but I just wanted to throw that suggestion in terms of like more of an economic roundtable kind of, or kind of along the lines of what you do with the state of the community.
Right.
But let's say like state of the economy. I think that would be cool because it would kind of bring in a lot of people who are maybe sole proprietors, attorneys, doctors, all different facets of the economy.
You sure you want to bring a bunch of attorneys into the room, into the same room? I don't know if you want to do that, but we could. To address your
No,
point.
they're not attorneys, but more of an economic thing, like more of, broader, in a broader scope, the state of the economy kind of thing. Just a suggestion, something to think about,
So there's two organizations, VICA and another one that does a lot of that kind of networking. VEA, I think Valley Economic Alliance.
Oh, they're
and,
doing it.
and VICA, and they do a lot of that kind of networking and business mentoring. So we do try to tap into that, and we also send out to our members. Now, you don't have to be a member to get our newsletter. So if you have friends or family members that want to just know what's happening at the chamber and get our weekly newsletter, just go in the chamber and put down your contact information, and you will get our weekly newsletter that tells you what's happening. And we do also promote a lot of other community events. If you're part of another nonprofit and you'd like to be on our calendar, we have our calendar set up on our website where you can go there and you can actually input your own dates of an event that you're having, and you can give us flyers for it, and we can post it on our website, and we will post it on our calendar for you. So if you want that kind of support, we're happy to give any of your people that kind of support as well. So I think with Valley Economic Alliance and with VICA, I kind of don't want to step on their toes, and I kind of want to see, okay, what are they doing? How can we augment them? But I think your plan is an excellent one, because I think people are worried about where are we going financially in the future? Are things going to get much worse? I mean, we all see the prices at the grocery store. I couldn't believe, I just shopped for me and my wife, the two of us, and we had a $376 grocery bill. And I'm not buying prime rib, I'm not buying lobster and steak and lobster. So I have 3 cats that contributes to the bill, but yes, Jason, we will work towards that end as well. And you also have to remember this about every chamber. It has to do with capacity. Every single one of us on this board are volunteers. And we all have jobs, not just jobs, we have businesses that we run. So if I just had a job and I just had to go 9 to 5 someplace, that'd be fabulous. I'd have plenty of time to do chamber stuff, but I run a business. I have a law practice that I run, and it's time consuming. And that's true of every person who serves on that board. So for us to put on events, it's a labor of love. But hey, if you know some business owners that would like to put on events, or Jason, if you'd like to do something like that, and you're a chamber member, we also have non-business member chamber members. You can be a community member and be a part of the chamber and propose some sort of event that you would like to do and get our support as well.
Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
Becky?
Yeah, hi, Grace.
Hi,
I-
Becky.
Hello. I just want to tell the board, I know that Hilda and Gabriel and I've seen them many, many times at your functions, that you do a lot of outreach to the new businesses in Porter Ranch already. And I just want to applaud you for that. I've really enjoyed the time that I've spent with all of you. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Oh, thank you, Becky. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Becky. Assad, floor is yours.
Assad.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Hi, Renee. It's always great to see you, and it's always great to be in your events.
Oh,
I'm already familiar with all the upcoming events you have, but is there in the pipeline any plans to invite the mayor and the new city attorney and the controller for a sort of meeting through the chamber? Thank you.
Yes, there is. Now, I want you to know, because I run in these circles, I got direct pipelines to every single other person you just mentioned. And they will accommodate us to come and speak to us. But here's the thing. Right now, they're just getting their offices set up. They're just getting their feet underneath what they're trying to do. City attorney there's a lot of work that needs to be done to get that office a little more organized and set up. It's going to be probably not until July or August that she'll have time, that Heidi will have time to come and sit with us and talk about some of the things you want to talk about. But as you can see, you can attend the city council meetings, and in the council meetings, look at the agenda items that are there that affect her. And then you can write to her about your feelings about those agenda items that are affecting her. That's one area. Karen Bass is a little higher, a bit of an ask, because her demands on her time right now. She really has poured a tremendous amount of time into from what we can see, into trying to deal with the issue of our homeless crisis. the issue that I see, this is just my personal opinion based on what I see, is that we all know there's a lot of waste going on in that within the nonprofits, within all the grants, the money. We know there's waste going on, but trying to sort out what's working and what's not is kind of a big task. So there's a lot of that sorting out that's happening right now. I think also they're working with the county and they're working with Lindsay and the rest of the commission to work on finding solutions that are workable so that they can solve this problem and reduce crime that's happening on the street. And one of the things that you might want to be aware of is that every time a sweep happens, the people that are living in those encampments lose all of their survival gear. For lack of a better term, I just call it survival gear. When they lose that survival gear and they're given a room for 30 days, and then they don't have a room after that, they come back out on the street. And what do? They have to get new survival gear. Where are they going to get it? So every time we sweep and we don't provide permanent housing somehow or get them placed, we end up with more, we're increasing the amount of crime in our community because people are foraging for survival gear. Just be aware of that. And I know this from personal experience because I do street outreach work. And so I've talked to many people that are out on the street, and it's really a tough situation for everyone. But we are looking for solutions, and we can only do what we can do.
No, I know, Renee. Thank you. And I'm familiar, the Mayor Bass. Tomorrow we're doing the interfaith outreach so that they would help from the temples and all that. But I figured, yeah, July is about right. Because that's what we're doing. We're waiting for her to finish the 100 days. We're helping her with the budget. My department has been very active with her too. So
Sure.
But thank you, Renee. Always
You're
good to see you.
welcome, Assad.
Thank you. We have one more and we'll move on. Ron Nagai, floor is yours.
Hi, thank you for coming this evening. My question, you brought up the pop-ups on the street. My wife and I, and my friends actually support brick and mortar 100% of the time, and we feel that the situation is very unfair. Casa Vega is a wonderful restaurant, and the city's putting, to me, unnecessary restrictions on expansion of their restaurant space outdoors. And what can neighborhood councils do, specifically getting petitions together, telling them, no, we want you to stay out of that and give the restaurants the space? And the problem I have with the pop-ups is, again, I agree with you. I understand why they're doing it, but there's a concern about all the smoke that goes in the air. The brick and mortar restaurant has to put expensive filtration systems into their restaurants to prevent the smoke from going into the air. I've heard restaurateurs telling me that their customers, they're told, if you need to use the restroom, go inside the brick and mortar and use their restroom. They don't have anywhere to wash their hands. It's very unsanitary. And then you see the sidewalks are all dirty. And one of the guys said on TV, well, that's the brick and mortar's problem. Let them, they got all this money to hydrojet the sidewalks. I think, and the block of the sidewalks for pedestrians and the physically challenged, the customers trash the area. They're not from that area and they trash it. And I don't want to see that happen to our community.
Sure.
There might be a way to peacefully coexist, but I don't think that we should allow any kind of a proliferation of these kinds of operations that are not getting inspected, even though they're telling us they are. I happen to know people in the inspection that do inspections, and they're not all getting inspected. They're not all paying their fees. And it's not fair for the brick and mortars to pay their business license, comply with all the environmental regulations, and then not get any support from the council. So we need to band together as a group. They're kind of better organized now. They've got council members backing up. What can we do to start pushing our way through now?
So one of the things that I have done is I reached out to Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. And we're looking at how do we, and we need to increase enforcement of the health permit issues. Is exactly what you're saying. They're not getting checked and they need to get checked, number one. And number two, at a county level, there's more that the county can do, but here's the fight. The state is trying to come up with guidelines on how food can be distributed in a way, but I think they need to work more with like VEA and VICA and other organizations to create grants where people can get into brick and mortar. It shouldn't cost you $300,000 to take a previously existing restaurant that has a grill and everything's ready to go to reopen. And that's the experience we have. I don't know if you remember down here on Lassen and DeSoto, there was this great Middle Eastern restaurant there. I love that place. But he went bankrupt because of how much money it was costing just to open brick and mortar. He couldn't keep it up. It was too much money. And that's what happens. We overregulate. We put down so many restrictions that are so absurdly unnecessary. And it makes it really hard on the brick and mortars. When we could have pathways for starting entrepreneurs, how do we get them a pathway into the marketplace so that we can have more business owners and they can develop into brick and mortar type places? And could we have community space where on a Friday and Saturday night they can come there and they can have a bathroom and there would be, you know, sinks and everything necessary for the community to see what foods they like and see who gets developed into a bigger restaurant. There's a way to coexist, I think, Ron. But I really do think we need to support our brick and mortar people first and foremost. Yeah, Ron, you had another question?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't know what our neighborhood council is going to do and what the other neighborhood councils are going to do, but I like to see a community forum where we can sit down with the business community and organize ourselves to become more of a force within the city to push what you just said. I'm 100% in support of what you just said. And
One of the things we need, Ronald, is for people to go on the city's website you can register for notifications for keywords. And so when issues come up regarding permits for street vendors, it's really important that you get notice about that, because there's no way, even me as I'm just a community activist, you know, I'm a fly on the wall. I kind of mess around with everything in the community. And it's hard for me to keep up with all the things that go before the city and what goes before the county board of supervisors. It'd be a full-time job for me to attend all of those meetings, so I don't. But I have some keywords that are important to me. And so when things come up about that, I'm notified and then I can get on it. And so one of the first things you can do, Ron, if you want to form a group like that, invite people to be part of your group and sign up for those notifications and start meeting and talking about what is the city doing? What is the county doing? And then also we can get with our assembly member, Pilar Shivo, and we can also get with, because it's more of a state issue, our senator, I don't know if Stern is Porter Ranches. Who's your senator?
Stern.
Who?
Okay, I thought Stern was our senator.
Okay,
Right.
he's ours too. I just wasn't sure if there was a divide on the freeway or not. And get with Stern to talk about what kind of legislation can be generated at a state level to make the system more fair, especially for the business owners that are in brick and mortar.
Thank you very much.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome, Ron.
Becky, you want to add something before we move on?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Perfect. Thank you, Renee, for everything. You're gonna stick around for item number 17. And
I will.
forward to working with you. Thank you. All right, let's move on to item number 9, public comments on items not on the agenda and within the purview of the board. All right, Assad, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, members of the board. First, I want to congratulate all the women on the International Women's Day today and recognize the great job all our women in our community, in our city, and in our country do. And we thank you for all that. Also, I want to bring your attention that this month, the Board of Public Works will have an event to celebrate Nowruz that many of the members of the community celebrate. I will share with you, Mr. President, the details once the date is announced. And for April, the board is going to celebrate the Arab Heritage Month, which is at this time tentatively, it's going to be the last Friday in the month, which is April 28. And members of the community are encouraged to come in to the Board of Public Works in City Hall and celebrate. And beside that, thank you all for what you do, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Assad. Judith, floor is yours.
Hi, it's Judith Daniels from Chatsworth. Wanted to remind everybody that VANC meets tomorrow night. That's the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils. We represent all 34 councils in the San Fernando Valley. Tomorrow is our 20th anniversary, and we have the Janice Hahn, who was on the city council, I think it was, when neighborhood councils were being created in the city charter. She's going to come in and tell us what they had in mind when they created neighborhood councils, and we're going to look at what they had in mind versus what we have now as neighborhood councils, and look at the history. And among the items on our agenda is an item about asking for $50,000 to be restored as the annual budget. When we had $50,000 back in 2008, I think somebody figured was the last time we had $50,000. If you converted 2008 dollars to 2023, we would be getting over $81,000 would be the equivalent of what we used to have at 50,000. So that's an item on our agenda. And I also want to mention that in April, so next month, we have already booked the new city attorney to be our featured speaker, to come and talk and take questions. VANC has entered the 21st century. We now have a website where you can get information about VANC, including the current and all the old agendas, as well as recordings of our previous meetings. And the website is VANC, VANC 34, VANC34.org. If you have any questions about VANC or about the agenda, Gabriel can point you in the right direction, Glenn Bailey, and I also can answer questions anybody might have about VANC. So, thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Glenn Bailey, floor is yours.
Glenn Bailey, speaking as an individual. Judy did a great bank report. I did want to add, for next month, we're also scheduled to have the chair of the city's ethics commission. If she said that, I apologize, I didn't hear that. And the reason that that's very timely is the city's municipal lobbying ordinance is currently being considered by city council. This is the third attempt to update and expand the municipal lobbying ordinance, and it would specifically improve the situation for neighborhood councils in terms of people who come and represent themselves, who are registered lobbyists, to make sure they disclose that to you, the neighborhood councils. It had a little bit of a hiccup because it would also expand the provisions to nonprofit organizations that do lobbying. So it's going back to the ad hoc committee. But anyway, there is a council file number on that if you haven't weighed in on it and you want to, just know that that's going to be at VANC. And the other thing I just wanted to share really quickly, and I'm just now learning this from a senior lead officer from a different division, that reported that the city attorney's office plans to reorganize and eliminate the neighborhood prosecutor positions. So I just want to give you that heads up, because since we happen to be having the city attorney coming to VANC in April, that might be a good question to ask if we don't get any further details before then. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Renee, floor is yours.
I just had a question for Mr. Bailey. What's your take on the elimination of the neighborhood prosecutor program?
So public comment, we're not supposed to be doing the back and forth. I'm happy to have a conversation offline. With all due respect, I mean, I'm happy to answer, but I also want to be respectful of the rules.
I appreciate it, Glenn. Thank you. Renee, do you know, I'll get in touch with you and give you Glenn's information. Renee. All right, with no further comments, let's move on to item number 10, treasurer's report. Jason, floor is yours.
All right. All right, so I processed all the payments that were outstanding and net available, I'm showing $22,256. And we'll go through the MER later, but nothing much that I processed other than just regular like Wendy and then Apple One. Other than that, storage unit, it's all pretty much just regular stuff. So not too much to report. Everything is good, I think.
Thank you. Item number 11. Is there any comments, questions about the treasurer's report? Okay, let's go to item number 11.
Can you pull
Jason?
it up?
Yes,
Gabriel?
sir.
Thank you. I don't think there's much on there.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah,
Perfect.
okay. Yeah, it updated to the 22,000 updated. All right. That was the decals was for the pop-up banners, right?
Correct.
Yay.
What we have, and it'll be used at the next two events.
Now we're ready for all our events.
Correct.
All right, and the NPG, yeah, that's about it. So I'll make the motion to approve the NPG.
I will second that.
Second it.
All right, David, you can have it second. All right, 1 second. Let me get out of here so I can see people's names. So 1 second. All right, any questions from the panelists? Becky?
Yeah, I didn't see anything election related. What's going on? It's kind of like we're not having an election.
Well, from a budget perspective, there hasn't been any expenditures for elections.
And when is the election?
End of this,
Who's the chair of the election committee?
Jennifer.
Jennifer, can you answer like what's going on with the elections? Isn't it coming up like in a couple of weeks, 6 weeks or something? And I haven't heard anything.
June 10 is the date.
Pardon me?
June 10th,
Correct.
election day.
Candidates are supposed to submit before end of this month. We currently have 2 candidates that have applied. We have not published any advertisements yet. I know, Councilmember John Lee placed it on his newsletter. And we've been doing outreach throughout YouTube or in our newsletters and etc. But there's not been any other advertising currently in any newspapers. So
what's going on with the election? Are we not
Well,
promoting?
maybe we have to
it? Are we not-
agendize that to talk about it.
No, I know, and I'm kind of disappointed.
There was $1,000 expenditure that was approved,
That's
right?
what I thought.
Yeah. I wasn't at the last meeting, but I know that $1,000 was approved.
Correct.
But we shouldn't really, maybe, do we need to hold a meeting on that, Gabriel, or?
No. Anybody has any ideas for advertising, or Jennifer as the committee leader can proceed with placing any ads needed in the Valley Voice or anything like that?
And I don't see anything on the agenda at all related to the election. That's really important because we're losing half our board.
Correct.
Okay, that's all. Just a question. Thanks.
Thank you, Becky.
Oh, and Gibson is still here. How does that work? If it is on the agenda, right? But like, does that have to be handled through committee? Because
Well, for elections or a motion item?
for elections, because like some of us are up for, we're losing our terms, right? So we can't participate, right?
Yeah, it would definitely be for members of a committee if they're not going to election.
Yeah.
They would be, yeah.
It would have to be on a committee level.
Mhm.
Okay. And then when it comes to the board, the people who are losing their terms would have to abstain. How does that work? Do you understand the question?
Well, we wouldn't have anything coming to the board already because we've already approved $1,000 allocated to the elections. So anything we do right now comes out of that budget.
The board can still take action for it. It's just the person who does the outreach is the one who may not be the one who's running on the board as a candidate. You always want to make sure of that. With the person who's going to help do outreach and the funding and all that good stuff.
Oh, okay. So you're saying once it comes to the board, it's fine
Yeah.
for the board members to vote on, but you just want chair. Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you. for bringing
Christina is
that
the
up.
outreach chair and then Jennifer is the elections chair.
But we need at least 5, we have 5 spots, right?
Correct.
And only 2 candidates.
Correct.
So there may not even be an election.
It seems like I was looking at all the council. I know we're off topic now on this agenda item. We have to vote. But I did check a lot of the councils yesterday and most councils have 0 candidates. Pretty much in the NC system suffering with candidates currently in all council districts or council.
So you're gonna work on that, Gabriel.
There you go. All right, Becky, you want to call the vote?
Call the vote.
This for item number 11.
I'm sorry, hold on a sec.
Motion to approve the MER, right?
Yes, Jason made the motion, David made the second.
Okay, and Bright Erics,
We can't hear you.
really?
Muted.
We can't hear Bright.
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes, I said yes.
Thank you. Becky, we can't hear you now.
Becky, you're muted.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, Bright Erics is a yes. David Balin,
Yes.
Hilda Sarkeesian,
Yes.
Jason Hector,
Yes.
Luis is not here anymore. Okay, yes, Becky Levesque, Brandy Grace,
Yes.
Jennifer Abraham. Jennifer? You have to unmute yourself. Okay, I'm gonna move on. Boss Singh,
Yes.
Christine Demertian,
Yes.
okay, and Gabriel Conlon.
Yes.
Okay, and Jennifer?
I'm so sorry. Yes.
Okay, unanimous.
Thank you.
You didn't call me Becky, but yes,
Oh, I didn't?
it's
Yeah.
okay. I made the motion.
There you
Okay,
go.
okay, gotcha. Oh, okay, I got you down.
Thank
Thanks,
Thank you.
Jason.
Item number 12, Jason.
Okay, and maybe you want to pull up the letter. This is just regarding, when we wrote the motion, we should have put to file a CIS as well as send a letter. So we did send the letter out to the mayor's office, to the councilman's office, the budget team. Yeah, there we go. There's a letter. And so now we need to file the CIS for the council file 20-0600, or no, 23-0600, which is for the budget process, so that it will be on file with the city clerk and the city council. So that's all the motion is to file a CIS. It's not in favor or it's like no opinion, but so our letter can go on file. And I just want to recognize that I'm glad to hear that the Valiant Alliance of Neighborhood Councils are taking this up. And I think it's great that, this board showed the leadership in helping to get our funds reinstated. And I'm confident that, our funds will get reinstated. And I do agree with the comment from the community that, the 50,000 is ultimately where we want to be. I think the question becomes, do we want to continue with this 42,000? I think it makes sense. It's a step, and then we can, push further. But I'm glad to see that the Valley Alliance is considering 50,000 because, but I think from a treasurer perspective, I think 42,000 would give us ample funds to give to the organizations that we do like to support, but also, hopefully get some projects done in the community. And we do have support from the councilman's office and the funds there. We could get more money, from other areas. So I think it's reasonable, but I'm open to hearing any comments and suggestions. But just so it's clear, this is just going to be filed on the CIS system when the council file becomes available, the 23-0600 for the budget 2023.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Ross. And Becky, Becky, floor is yours.
Randy.
Okay, Bright
Oh.
Eric's,
Oh, no,
Yes.
sorry. Brandy, Brandy
Brandy,
has a comment.
comments.
Yeah, it was, sorry. So I love this, and I had the same thought that you did, Jason. Like, should we consider raising it in the letter in the CIS from 42 to 50? So if
Keep in mind, the letter was sent to the mayor's office.
right,
And it's been sent to the councilman's office, and I
The
see
letter-
Colin is still here with us.
letter's
Colin,
one thing, but the CIS can be different. We can say a different thing from the letter.
yeah, I mean, we could certainly amend this. Yeah, the hope in sending this to the councilman is that they maybe introduce a motion, or maybe they send a letter of support to our request.
Right.
Colin, I don't know if you're still there. Are you there, Colin? Colin said he brought it up with the legislative team.
Yeah,
Um,
we received the letter. It's actually on my desk as we speak. And our ledge team has obviously been downtown this week, but I will see them tomorrow because council isn't in session.
What do you think is a reasonable, should we, I think maybe sticking with what we're going here, do you think we might get some support from the councilman in terms of maybe a letter from your office or a council file motion?
I mean, that's something I'll have to talk about with the ledge team. I mean, the council member isn't on the budget committee. Obviously, the mayor will submit her budget and then it goes through the budget committee. So, I mean, again, I'm not going to get too far in front of my skis as far as the legislation and what we can do and what we can't do.
Yeah.
Obviously, if he was chair of the budget committee, that would be a little bit different. But I'm gonna bring it up tomorrow. Like I said,
We'll
I've got
focus
the
on
letter.
sidewalks then, Colin.
Sidewalks, indeed, indeed.
Well, my point was going to be that, usually when you ask for something, if you ask for more, you're still likely to get less. If you ask for the bare minimum you need, you're still likely to get less. So if we ask for the 50, that doesn't guarantee it, but maybe it makes it more likely we actually get at least the 42.
Well, this letter was constructed in the idea of the reasonableness of reinstating us to where we were before, on the simple premise that, we're moving beyond COVID, and we're going back to in person. And so, it wasn't really,
Inflation.
we're not aiming for the sky, but we're just trying to make a simple point that, don't forget about us, right? Don't leave us at the 32,000
Right.
that we were reduced to. That's you can pick whatever word you want to use, but it's unjust, I guess would be the word. It would be unjust to not restore our budgets back to pre-pandemic levels. So I'm hoping this would be kind of a slam dunk, so yeah.
Fair enough. I will say if anybody else decides that they really want to see it, I would support an amendment of that sort, but I won't propose one unless someone else says something. Thanks, Jason.
Thank you. Becky?
Yeah, in line with what Brandy said, if Bank is asking for 50, I'd like to, consider changing it to 50,000. Because that's what we started out with, how many years ago when neighborhood councils first began? And that gives them some wiggle room. So, and I kind of agree with Brandy, so I just wanted to throw that out there.
Do you want to try to amend it? You want to make an amended motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to go back to, well, pre-COVID of 50,000, not 42,000.
I'll
Mm.
second amending.
Just for the CIS, so this would be.
Just for the CIS.
So just for the note taker, there's an amended motion to change the number from 42,000 to 50,000. Becky made the motion to amend it and Brandy made a second. Okay.
You have Dr. Bright.
Yes. Bright, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. It just, what I wanted to say, I think Becky has taken it off my lips, because for years we were 50,000, except if anybody knows the circumstances that brought it to 42,000, because when I was in the council here before, it was 50,000. Is there anybody here that knows what brought it to 42,000?
I think because they could.
Because I remember we never underspent to turn money back to the city for my years here. And I'm sure, Becky, you know that, but other than that, maybe we should just, I think I will support Becky's position to amend the motion to put it to 50,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. Judith, I know you jumped onto that question. You might have an answer to that, and I'm going to go to Ron after. Judith, floor is yours.
Yes, I have an answer to that. When Villaraigosa was mayor, he invited, I don't know if it was every neighborhood council president or most neighborhood council presidents to the home of one particular neighborhood council president, and gave us a plea that the entire city budget was so far in the red that every city department was asked to take or I guess told that they had to take a 10% cut. And he called the neighborhood council presidents together and he gave us a pitch to say, I want you to voluntarily say that you also will take a 10% cut, just like every department in the city. So that took us from 50 down to 45. And then I don't remember how many years after that, they decided that the city was still running in the red and we got cut down to 42. And at that point, nobody asked us if we were willing or if we would support the city in taking a smaller amount. And then, of course, because of COVID, it got cut down to the 32,000. And you're absolutely right that during COVID, when no neighborhood council had to pay for in-person facilities, it was a whole lot easier to say, well, we don't need quite as much money because you weren't feeding people and you weren't paying for facilities and you weren't having to print out the information for to hand out at the in-person meetings. And going back to in-person definitely is going to cost each neighborhood council a lot of money. So there's your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, Ron Nagai and then Glenn Bailey. Ron, floor is yours.
Hi, Judith, thank you very much. I was going to say the same thing. But I think Judith also brought up a very good point earlier on. By asking for 50,000, you're asking for 30,000 less than we should be getting with inflation. And if you take a look at what the city's been spending money on, they've been wasting a lot of money. They've got the money. It's just that are the neighborhood councils going to lay down and just take a cut? I think the neighbor council should get together and say, no, if you've got money to throw away on these various programs, then you can give us 80,000, 90,000. And that's all there is to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Glenn Bailey?
Glenn Bailey again. So this is your decision. I'm not going to chime in on it, even though I do have a personal opinion. What I did want to say is you took an action a month ago, and to my knowledge, you were one of the first, if not the first, neighborhood councils to do so. And that started the ball rolling. I'm now aware of a number of neighborhood councils that have taken similar positions, and there are various positions, you know, of everything you've heard here tonight. There's nothing wrong with them. The bottom line is we're moving in the direction of an increase and getting that to the mayor so that it's in the budget when the mayor proposes it to city council. Because I assure you that if it's not reflected an increase in the mayor's budget, it's highly unlikely that the city council will then, you know, on its own try to do that increase. And I appreciate that your letter is being copied to the budget advocates, because that will help us make that recommendation. I know Lank took a recommendation last weekend to move in this direction, and Bank. So if we get some citywide effort on this, you know, maybe we can make a difference and at least get the ball rolling in the, you know, the right direction, even if it's not all the way there. Thanks.
Thank you, Glenn. And Jason, floor is yours.
All right, can you scroll down a little bit more on the letter?
1 second.
I don't want to lose sight of the important points that are made in this letter. And the points is that the neighborhood council actually saves the city money, because what we do is we deal with the issues that are happening on our streets, in our community, and we help to mitigate a lot of the issues of the city services that are not getting done, you know, the trash that's not getting picked up, you know, whatever it may be. And I don't want to lose sight of that. And I'm okay. I'm thinking maybe 48,000 would be an okay number to go with. Let's say we'll bump it up a little higher, but I think the focus needs to, you know, in terms of Bank and Lank and these other organizations, is a savings to the city, but also the local knowledge that neighborhood councils provide. And that's really the partnership within the city family. And that's the key. You know, you can make the inflation point and things like that, but the key is that we're actually doing the city's job at pennies on the dollar, you know, and we're helping the people who we need to help, you know, our local, you know, police, fire, whatever it may be. So I really don't want to lose sight of that, but, you know, I am supportive of a higher level, but I think I would say maybe like a 48,000 figure.
Currently we have an amended motion at 50.
Yeah, well, it's seconded already.
That's been seconded.
All right.
All right, David Bailey.
Balin's got his hand up and we have an attendee. Let's see.
Correct. David.
Judith already spoke, right? Take your hand out.
David? There you go.
Thank you. You know, I've been on the neighborhood council system for now a little over 8 years. And I have to say, you know, it's almost a joke the way the city treats us. You know, we're not paid. We put in a lot of time. And like Jason said, we do jobs that the neighborhood council, that the city doesn't do, that the councilman's office is unable to do. We're a bridge with the community. I mean, 50,000, it's a joke. I mean, we should really say to them, the neighborhood council should really have 70,000, 80,000. We do their jobs that they're inadequate to do. I mean, Jason, I think you're wrong. I think 48,000 is a joke. I think we should ask for more. I think we should ask for 58,000 or 78,000. We do their jobs. We're constantly interacting with the community. We're constantly handling issues within the community. We do what they can't do. That's why the neighborhood council system came and evolved. So we are a bridge. You know, it's a joke. And they laugh at us because we take 32,000 and work to bridge a community. So I don't think we should do 48,000. I think we should step it up. And I think all the neighborhood councils should say, we deserve more. The community deserves more. We spend our tax dollars. They live off our tax dollars. They laugh at us for all the work that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, David. And Judith, floor is yours, and then we'll call a vote.
David just made part of the comment I was going to make, but if there's anybody on the board and even any stakeholders who can hear my voice, I don't know if any of you pay taxes to the city of Los Angeles, like property taxes, especially. Maybe a few of you are paying property taxes like everybody. And where do your property taxes go? The money that the neighborhood councils are getting, those are dollars that every one of you and every one of your stakeholders is paying to the city. And what the neighborhood councils get back is a very small token of what your community has given to the city. Those are your tax dollars. And you should fight to be able to get as much tax money back that you can determine how it's spent, because you know more about your community than anybody downtown or anybody anywhere else in the city. That's one of the reasons that you should fight to get the money back, and whatever the amount is. But that's why you should care about every dollar that every neighborhood council gets. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. David, is your hand left up from previously, or? Seems so. All right, Becky, do you want to call the vote?
All right.
I'm sorry. I pushed hand instead of talk. I'm not done. I want to piggyback off what Judith said. And I think it's a great time for the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council to step up and really tell the city, hey, wait a second. We're in a recession. The prices of things have gone up, and we can't take care of our community. So I really want to hear from the board members on what a really good number would be. Maybe we should step it up because we have 99 councils. Maybe the 99 councils should say, hey, you know what? The neighborhood councils deserve they deserve $100,000. And if we don't use it for our community, then it automatically goes back to the city. There's no holding on to any funds, but maybe we should really elevate our ask, because all they can say to us is no. No is no. But guess what? What if they said, you know what? Your community deserves better sidewalks. Your community deserves tree trimming. Your community deserves fire to cut down all the dead trees that Jason and I and other board members have been involved with over the years to save our community through fire resistance. Maybe they'll say, you know what? You do deserve that. You do our job for us that we can't facilitate. And $100,000, even for our neighborhood council, is a drop in the bucket for the city. They have deep pockets. They do have the money, and I think we should step it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Bright.
Yes, the last motion, the $50,000 motion, has been seconded. Can somebody put up a counter motion to that $50,000 motion? If that is possible, I would like to move a counter motion.
Are you calling the question? You're calling the question, my friend.
No, it sounds like he's moving to amend the amendment.
I am moving to amend the amendment, but
But Becky who made the amendment?
It was amended by Becky, seconded by Brandy, and looks like Bright wants to amend the amended.
Oh, Becky's the maker of the motion, right?
Currently, correct, unless if Bright wants to amend the motion.
Yes.
So do you want?
I want to amend the motion to $75,000.
I'll second Bright's motion.
Oh, wait, hold on. We have a motion.
Wait, we have to take my motion off, or whoever.
are you?
That's why
are
I
you-
call it a counter motion. When you have a motion that has already been seconded and the motion is coming up again, that motion will be counter motion. Then
I don't
we
know
have
about
to
that.
vote for the, what?
I don't
Are
know
you-
about a counter motion. We have to follow Robert's Rules of Order.
That's what I'm doing. So anyway, if it is amendment that you understand that you would like to let go,
Becky has the motion.
yeah, Becky has the motion because
And it's
I'm sure
seconded,
Becky,
so
will-
there's a
I'm
motion
sure
on the
Becky,
floor.
I'm sure Becky will support my motion.
There's a motion on the floor from Becky. So before, this is my understanding, before another, you can't have two competing motions. You have to deal with the motion on the floor first.
No, you can put a motion forward to amend the amended motion. So he can,
Yes,
he can put forward a motion to increase it from say 50 to 80. And then we vote on that. And if that fails, then we vote on 50. And if that fails, then we vote on as is.
yes.
The stack.
Correct.
Correct.
So do we have a second on the 75,000 amended by its motion?
David David Balin seconded.
Hold on
Thank-
a sec. What is the number we're going for here?
This is
75.
70,000 now.
It's 75, and so are you saying that we just have to amend the motion from 50 to 75?
Yeah, the new motion, the amended motion is 75,000 brought by Bright and seconded by David.
Okay.
So that's where we're at right now. Are there any?
No, we
com-
removed I just want to make sure we do everything correctly so it doesn't get kicked back. So we removed my motion for 50 with Brandy's second. That's done. It's off the table. Now there's a new
Correct.
motion for 80,
It's not
How
off
about
the
that?
table.
75.
It's not
The
off
new-
the table. You vote on the new amended, he's amended an amended thing. So we vote on his. Only if that succeeds, we're done. If it
Okay.
fails, then they vote on the one you and I did.
That's
Okay.
that's
Yeah.
exactly how it goes. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, board, do we have a comments or questions regarding the amended motion?
Yes.
Jason, you have a comment?
Yeah, I mean, so the letter, the way the letter was written, it's reinstating to pre-pandemic levels. So if you're gonna go and jump up to 75,000, there should be some justification in the letter for that amount. So
Inflation.
I would recommend introduction of a sentence or two to include in the letter that otherwise the letter doesn't make a lot of sense, to be honest with you. As the author of the letter, it really doesn't make sense because if you read the first sentence, it says the pandemic and we're asking for reinstatement to normal funding levels. So the letter makes no sense. If you plug in 75,000 in there, the letter makes no sense. And so that's my concern. Okay, if the maker of the amended motion has some language to incorporate into the letter that would justify that in terms of inflation or whatever the argument is that you're making, you know, historical levels that we were at or references, I think that's necessary to make this a solid letter. Otherwise, it's just kind of conjecture and, you know, you're just going for, you know, why not try, right? No, we want to succeed. We don't want to fail with this, you know. We're leading the charge on this. We need to do this right. That's my comment.
Thank you, Jason. David?
I think my hand is still up, Mr. President. This is Bright.
Yes. You have something? to add?
Yes, I think Jesse is very right. I think the first paragraph that spoke to COVID-19 and has to say that we were brought to 32,000 from COVID-19. That paragraph should include that we were originally $50,000 and we were brought down to the sequence that I think David explained it, or somebody explained it, how we get to 55, from 55 to 42. And we should include that very statement, kind of enumerating how we get to 42 in the first place. You know, I asked that question earlier. Then in the second paragraph, the second paragraph, the point where you say that the Port Orange Neighborhood Council helped save the city money and resources by funding that paragraph will have to be rewritten, that due to current inflation level and with I don't know what the inflation is going to be. Due to the inflation level, we will ask for more. But you know what I'm talking about there, because we are actually working for the city payless, pro bono, I should say, if I was a lawyer. So I think that's where the two paragraphs can be changed. And of course, when you get down to the third paragraph, the 42 you have there may have to be changed to 75. The reason is this: this letter hasn't gone to the mayor's office, I'm sure. So I think this letter can.
Well, the letter has already gone to the mayor's office. This letter has gone to the councilman, to the mayor, to everybody on this budget advocates. The letter's been sent.
So your excuse on that is after the board meeting, the resolution reached that we may not be able to function if the money remain at 42,000 and the board voted to increase it to 75,000 if that is possible at all. Because I don't know if this resolution, if there was a resolution to this letter to make it back to COVID-19 standard, pre-COVID-19 standard. I don't know if there was a resolution here. If there was a resolution here, then it may not be possible for you to resolute another dictate. So if there was no resolution to reach 42,000, now we are having a resolution here instead of going back to where we were, which was 50,000 and brought down due to economic hardship for the city. And the city has already overcome that economic hardship. And the city even give money back to they become, is it a surplus? So
I'm sorry, Dr. Bright.
Yes.
What do you made the motion, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to be specific on the language on the letter. You have to say specifically what you want to do. Otherwise, we're gonna have to table this or something, because this is the letter as presented. If you cannot amend the letter, this letter has already been sent, okay? So this is just to file the CIS, Community Impact Statement, for the budget. That's all this motion is for. And I can change the figures on here, but you know, if you want to get into the explanations, all that, maybe we have to be specific with what we're going to say if somebody has the language. Otherwise,
Jason, it's David Balin. So it's very simple. Due to inflation and the needs of our community, we need a bigger budget to work with. We are asking the city for 75,000.
okay,
That's it. It's very simple.
Okay, do you accept that language, Dr. Bright?
Yes, that is fine. Except
Okay, so let's for the note taker, we're gonna add.
You have Becky's hand up.
We're gonna start from the beginning. The first sentence. David, is that where you want to put it? Right in the beginning, first sentence, due to the.
You're talking about
I would like to just add it wherever you feel it's right, but I think that when we're requesting a larger amount, it's basically due to inflation and the needs of our community. All the monies that we have, they're not going to you or Gabriel or Dr. Bright or myself. They are going to the community. The community needs it. The fire department needs it. The LAPD needs it. You know, the schools need it. Our trees need it.
If you want,
our sidewalks.
I will reword the letter if you guys want to use that language due to inflation and the needs of the community. And I will remove the pandemic language and amend the letter in that respect, if that's amenable to everybody. And you want to do 75,000, then we can vote on this motion as amended, and I'll tweak the letter a little bit to reflect due to inflation and restoring to historical levels as
Can
well.
can I just say something, you guys?
Go ahead,
Of course.
Becky.
Is it okay? I know my hand's been raised for a while.
Go for it, Becky.
Okay, keep in mind too, for our board, when we're talking that we got $50,000, how many years ago was that, Bright?
That's how we started. In fact, we started from 50,000, 2003.
But one thing to remember, our population, how much has it gone up in the last
Increased
15 years?
tremendously, tremendously.
They're asking us for less money for probably twice the number of people than when we started, or, you know, maybe not twice, but a lot.
No, it's twice,
Try to
Becky. You're
keep that
absolutely
in mind.
Okay.
I mean, I know several of you, many of you are in real estate, you know those figures. I mean, our population has really increased, and so is the tax base. Not that we should get more than other neighborhood councils, that's not what I'm saying. But it's just hard to really do a whole lot with what they're giving and what they're going to be asking for. So just something to tuck in the back of your
Yeah.
hat.
Thank you, Brandy. And then we have 2 comments and we're gonna vote on this. Brandy?
I will play a little bit of devil's advocate just to point out that we had just talked a little bit ago about the fact that we're having a hard time getting sufficient neighborhood council members to run, and that other NCs are also struggling to get board members. And so I absolutely applaud the idea of fighting for what our communities need. And I love that David and Dr. Bright are pushing on this. I do think maybe 50 is the safer option because it sounds like that's already being fought on other fronts. But I'm okay with it, any direction that we go on this, because we just need more money. But just keep that in the back of your mind that if we look unreasonable because we're having a decline in membership, that might be an issue to think about.
Thank you. Assad and then Ron, and then we're gonna vote. Assad, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, look, I mean, I agree with David. We need the funds and all that, but you have to, guys, for this specific item, listen to Jason. Jason has been a good treasurer. He knows the formula for success. I mean, for 33 years, I work on city budgets. If you go in with a number different than the 42, it's going to be a failed mission. Really, just listen to Jason, proceed with the 42, and then what you could do is there is always mid-year requests. So then the next few months, you could work on another letter that, you know, jointly through Vank, through all the other NCs, together reach a reasonable number. And all NCs should agree on that number to be amending the budget and the mid-year amendments. But for now, if you want really to succeed in this, listen to Jason. He knows what he's talking about. He knows the city budgets. He knows how the city function. And I'm telling you, if you adjust the numbers, it's going to be a lost cause. So I hope you stick to the 42 and work on a second request later in the upcoming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Assad.
Yeah, I honestly, I have to kind of, I think, you know, Vank is going for 50, so let them go for 50, you know, and it's not a battle of, I think 42 will be enough for us to do what we need to do in the community. What we do is exceptional. We do projects that, you know, nobody else does. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's gonna be okay to stick with this. I don't think it will reflect upon us positively to ask for too much. It's a stepwise process, you know. It is, you know, this, we're just talking about next fiscal year, you know, and we will get to that 50 and the 75, we will get there. But I don't want it to be undermined where we look like we're greedy. We need to be looking like we're reasonable, because if we did not take this action, we would be at 32,000. Think about that. You know, you have to, when you're doing budgets, you have to look at incremental, you know, they're gonna have to pull money from somewhere, right? From homelessness, from somewhere to increase that budget. And so the budget is still tight. even look at the state of California, their budget's tight. Budgets are still very tight, we're looking at recession. So, I have to disagree with the higher numbers. I mean, as the author of this letter, I would ask that you not go beyond the 50. And I think even sticking at the 42 is reasonable. I mean, I thought this was gonna be 1, 2 and done, but guess not.
Gotcha. Ron, you have something to add?
Yes, first of all, I wanted to say the city government has been very successful at convincing everyone, not everyone, or some of you, to take a half a bone. And that you should not accept that. You should be looking at the higher amount, just as Judith said earlier. These are our tax dollars, and we need to start the spark somewhere to start working towards a larger amount. I totally disagree that we just accept everything that gets thrown at us. That's just that's a bureaucrat talking. Second of all, unrelated to the amount, when you address a letter to the city officials, it's the Honorable Karen, whatever middle initial is, Bass, Mayor of the City of Los Angeles, and the same with Councilmember Lee, the Honorable, his name, and then council member for the 12th district. So anyway, just as a matter, and I think Assad's probably got letters from the city. He could probably just send over as a template, but that's how you address a letter to the officials. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, David Balin and Becky, and we must call the vote. We are.
I'll say one last thing, and I'm going to go against. Assad and I, most of the time we think clearly, but I think he's wrong. I think the Port Orange Neighborhood Council has done a lot for this community over the years. I think it's time. I don't think people really know who Honorable Karen Bass is. She cares about our neighborhood council. She cares about the system. That's why she removed. That's why she's removing people in Dunn, because she cares about what goes on in the neighborhood council. She cares about her city. She cares about the work that we do, because it makes her job easier. So I'm going to stand firm. I'm going to encourage my board members, each of you, to say, you know what? We do enough for this community. It's our tax dollars. Let us give it back. Let us do what we need to do. Let us make our job easier for the community, and everything that we have benefits the community. So I'm going to say, let's not step back to 42,000 or 50,000. Let's raise the level. Maybe the other 99 councils will step up as well and say the number should be a 75,000 because our community deserves it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have an amended motion of $75,000 with the added sentences. Is there any other amended motions, or can we call the vote? Becky, you have something to say?
Well, I do. I would rather, I mean, I really like the higher amount, but you guys, we live in Porter Ranch. We have the highest income of any community in the entire city, and we're going to ask for $75,000. You know what they're going to do? They're going to laugh at us. I would rather stay at the 50, and I want 75, but I'd rather stay at the 50 and support what Vank is doing and be in that group than to be laughed at. And that's just, I'm sorry, that's just kind of how I feel. I think 50 is what I would like to do, but it's up to you guys.
Thank you, Becky.
Gabriel, let me make a suggestion. I think this letter should be rewritten, and I think it should be brought up at another board meeting. We can call a special meeting, 15 minutes, knock it out. We're not under the gun with time. If you want to do a meeting in 2 weeks, but unless you want to authorize me to rewrite this and send it out at a certain dollar amount and I can incorporate the language and the comments that I've heard. Otherwise, it's either, you decide on the dollar amount and leave it up to me, and I'll rewrite it and send it out and on the CIS, or you bring it back to the board and, maybe Becky or somebody wants to rewrite it, or I can rewrite it, I think that's the next step. Either we're gonna vote on it and you're gonna have me incorporate the comments to add inflation and needs of the community and restoring to historical levels. That's what my notes say here. And I'll remove some of the pandemic comments. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Would you want to
Dr.
take,
Brent has the motion.
being that you're the originator of the motion, Jason, do you want to table the motion?
Please don't.
Well,
Let's just vote on it.
when you start one motion and then you got two motions, it's makes it a little complicated.
If we put it off, then we still don't know how much to ask for, and we'll have to go through this again, and then you'll have to amend it and then come back. Let's just vote so you know what the board wants for the number, because we might have a majority of the board that says, no, screw it, we want to stay at what it's got. Let's find out what the board wants, and then you can decide if you want to ask to come back with a letter or not.
What does that mean? Like,
Can we poll the board to see what each board member wants? Like,
Actually, Mr. Gibson, are you here?
is Gibson here?
Yes, I am.
Question for you. Currently, we have amended motion. What's the process now to proceed to see if the amended motion will pass? If not, then amended motion will pass?
You start with the latest amendment,
Okay,
and then you go to the most recent amendment, and then hold up. So the amendment to the amendment to the amendment, so you start with that one, and then you go to the amendment to the amendment.
so
and
if
then you
it
go back to the
fails, then we
amendment.
move on to back to the old amendment, right?
Yep.
All right.
so
Sounds
Dr. Bright has the latest amendment.
correct. So I'll
Can
start,
you-
thank you,
Are you
Mr.
there, Dr. Bright? Are you still there? Dr. Bright, come in.
I'm here.
Okay. What is your wish on the 75,000 motion and amending the language in the letter? What is your,
I think it's good to amend the language of the letter. I think I did certain words to it from the first paragraph to the third paragraph. And when you are doing a budget, from my experience in large environments,
you're sticking with your motion. I'm just trying to
yes, I
understand.
will. I will. People.
You want to call the vote on your motion?
Am I the one to call the vote?
If we're done talking, then we're gonna call the
Yes,
vote.
no, let's do it. Right now, we're going to be voting on the amended motion of $75,000 that Mr. Bright made the motion, David seconded it. Becky,
And just to be clear, I'm gonna rewrite this letter and
correct,
process it,
correct,
justifying the 75,000.
correct, as stated in a meeting.
Okay, and Becky still has her hand up.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Becky, call the motion for the amended. If it fails, then we're gonna go back to your motion for 50,000. So it's either yes or no.
Gabriel, can you state the motion? And then, if you
I can state the motion.
Okay.
The motion is to amend the amount on the CIS and the letter to reflect 75,000. And Jason Hector is authorized to amend the letter, removing the pandemic language and adding language reflecting inflation, needs of the community, and restoring budgets to historical levels.
Thank you. Becky, call the vote.
That's a long
do we
motion.
need a second on that or? on
It's been
your-
seconded.
That's the motion.
Are we
I
good?
seconded already.
Since he said it, okay. Bright Erigs,
Yes.
David Balin,
Absolutely.
Hilda Sarkisian,
Yes.
Jason Hector,
Yes.
Becky Levesque, yes, Brandy Grace.
I'm gonna stick with the 50, no.
So you're gonna do no. Jennifer Abraham,
Yes.
Voss Singh,
Yes.
Christine Demercian,
Yes.
and Gabriel Conley.
Yes, motion passes. Thank you, everyone.
Motion passes.
Way to go, team.
Let's take a 2-minute break and
I
hopefully
did it.
we can zip through the next few items real quick.
Yes.
So 2 minutes.
Mr. President, you said that this meeting was going to stop at 8 o'clock.
I said I'm hoping. the meeting
Good
ends.
job, Bright.
Due to this agenda item of number 13 or 12, I have no comments.
That's fine, that's fine.
2 minute, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Thank you.
They get dropped off tomorrow, mad tomorrow morning.
2 minutes, can we have like 5
6
minutes?
a.m.
So we
Yeah.
can actually use the bathroom.
Can we do
No, it's gonna get dropped
8:30?
off at Imelda's house.
You
Well, now we
guys
can
can
have-
have
8:30,
2
Gabe.
minutes. We get 5. Let's
5
go get
minutes,
5.
Gabriel.
Huh? Listen. Don't this
What?
All right, you're losing time. Run to your 2 minutes.
What did he say?
He was on the phone, I believe. I muted him.
You did? Okay.
Your mic is live, Becky, in case you can hear me.
You want me to turn it up? Did I say something? I haven't even been in here.
No, but I heard a little dit, dit, and I'm just like, oh, you should know that so that you don't do something that you don't accidentally want anyone to hear.
Oh, okay. Thank you, my dear.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
All right, is my board back?
I'm back.
Yup.
I'm back.
1, 2, 3,
Aw.
4.
And
Jason,
Bill
Randy,
Davis.
So sad.
5. Voss, Jason, you guys here? Perfect, we have a quorum. All right. Let's move on. Everybody ready? Item number 13, Becky, this is yours. I have the CIS letter and the motion in front of me and on the screen. Floor is yours. We can't hear you, Becky, you're muted.
That's because Brandy told me to mute. I was pouring my water.
Sorry.
Okay. Discussion and possible action to send a letter and file a CIS community impact statement in support of council file number 23-0154. McOsker Gate Closure Program, LAPD, Personnel Department, Security Services Division, and there's a couple of attachments here. Can all of you see the letter? The motion on the screen?
This is on the screen right now as the letter that we'll be writing. And here's the original motion.
Did everyone look it over before the meeting or?
I did.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Jason. Discussion? Randy, you have your hand up?
Okay, so this was interesting to me. So I did a lot of research.
Okay.
Because where I used to live, we didn't close parks at all, like ever. They were open 24 hours, which I know a lot of other countries do, and even some major US parks like the National Mall in DC stays open 24 hours. So my thought process was, well, why are we even closing and gating them at all? So I found a whole bunch of extremely relevant facts. So a few years ago, Paris in France actually opened its parks 24 hours a day in the summer, and it drastically increased park usage. They found that people were more willing to access it during the cooler evening hours that would have been closed. There was a huge jump in nighttime events for families, nighttime joggers and exercisers, shift workers who can't access stuff while they're at work in the day hours. And it even provided safer shortcuts, particularly for women walking home alone at night. So the parks just became more vibrant and thriving with more users. And what was really important was this correlated with a CDC study that showed that fewer park visits actually correlates with increased crime and greater violent crime. So some examples a few years back, the Central Park in New York started just expanding their hours from like sunset to just 1 a.m. And that alone reduced park crime from 731 cases down to just 17, 98% reduction in crime by being open in the later hours. In Los Angeles, they had a summer night lights program across 32 sites. And by doing that, they saw a 55% reduction in shots fired and a 57% reduction in gang-related homicides. Then they started the Parks After Dark program, which not only reduced crime, but researchers estimated it saved the county nearly $6 million in additional law enforcement costs just in 1 year. Money that could go to neighborhood councils. 95% of those who participated said that it improved the community's relationship with local authorities and among neighbors. And even more crucially, 7 in 10 people who described their neighborhoods as unsafe reported feeling safer with those nighttime programs. So looking at, there was this concern made in the letter, understandably, about nighttime crime in the parks. And when it's illegal to be in the park at night, only criminals can use the parks at night. And you're a criminal because you're already committing a crime by being in the park. So this whole thing just ends up reinforcing that idea that there's increased crime when we have a a nighttime gating. Whether or not it's enforced is not as relevant as the fact that it even is illegal to begin with. So it appears the better and cheaper solution, instead of just trying to get more people to police those areas to ensure that they're closed down, is to open up those areas and make them open 24 hours so that it falls in line with what we've seen over and over and over across the globe and across the US and across LA of reduced crime when parks are open late or all night. And that would be my suggestion, is instead of saying, hey, let's go through this SECSD thing, but just let's stop closing the parks. That's
the status quo right now.
Yeah, right now they're closing them.
No, they're
And-
not. They're not.
They're not enforcing it, but they're still closed. They're still saying there's park hours at which it closes. They're just not implementing people to go in and enforce it.
There's,
So it's saying,
there's the law, that's one thing.
correct.
And then there's the actual status quo system that we live in, which is the parks are open
But the difference is,
all night.
if you're aware that it's not legal for you to be in the park, like I'm not going to take my son to the park.
I get that argument.
Yeah,
So you're talking about like people know they're not supposed to be there. Or
correct. The
may
good
not know.
The good community members are aware when they're not supposed to be there in that, because it's a park in their neighborhood, so they don't go there, which leaves it as an empty space so that people who know they're not supposed to be there seek that out. And it becomes a place for crime because it is locked off from the good people to serve as eyes and ears and help. In these other places, in other cities, in other countries where they just are open 24 hours a day, the parks are consistently full, and there's just an enormous reduction in crime.
But you're talking about summer night lights, okay?
That
Summer
was the
night
LA
lights does not occur in Porter Ranch.
That was
Summer night
that was
lights
the LA thing.
occurs in Canoga Park.
Correct. So
That has no relevance to our parks here. In Aliso Canyon, you have Aliso Canyon Park and you have Holly Burnson Park. Those are the two parks that we have here. And the parks that are open all night are Limekiln Canyon. If you want to hike Limekiln Canyon all night, Wilbur Tampa Park, you can hang out all night, you know, but these parks are gated. So the park at Holly Burnson is gated and Aliso Canyon Park is gated. So
Correct.
Can you speak specifically to the parks here in Porter Ranch and not like
there's
to
no
Terrace
data.
and other
No,
you
no. There's
night
no
lights and all
data.
that doesn't pertain to us here in Porter Ranch?
This is the same argument they've been using with Aliso. Like, we can't prove that there's a thing because they're not doing research on us. So therefore, the only thing we can do is look at where it's affected other people in other circumstances. We can't talk about statistics of these parks because we haven't done this with these parks. Where we have done it, where it has happened in other cities, in other states, in other countries, and in multiple parks within our own city, we have seen a significant reduction in crime by keeping
But
parks
how,
open.
how is we seeing a reduction in crime here in Porter Ranch because the parks are open? I
We
don't get
haven't
that.
done this. We haven't done it. It's still legal,
you're-
not legal to be there at night. We haven't actually done that here, so we
So
can't.
what are you recommending? A study on that or something?
I mean, if they want to do a study, that's fine. But to me, there's substantial evidence backed up by the CDC, backed up by our own city's actions, backed up by global data.
But those studies pertain to other parks here. We're talking about on a local level.
Why do you think Porter Ranch is so extremely different from every other suburban park that this has happened in across the world?
You know,
Because
can
it's
I say
different. It's
something
just
here?
different.
May I speak?
Absolutely.
Okay. We're talking about Porter Ranch. And
Correct.
we're talking about an area that has gates and they're not being utilized. And we're having some problems. We're also putting another park in that's going to be down in the hills. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it I think that we need to have, this isn't New York. This is Porter Ranch. It's a family community. It's a public park, but I think that we need to have rules and regulations. And I think that it needs to have a closing time, and I think they need to close those gates. That's why they were put up. And
So
when the
we can-
specific plan was created, there were certain provisions in that specific plan, which I believe it contained conditions for gated. We have gated communities, but we don't have gated parks.
So there's no reason that there's nothing natural, for example, about the gates being there. They can be removed, or they
We
can
don't
stay
want them
there,
removed.
or they can. Well, why not? What I'm showing
That's
is
not up to us to decide. We're not
But-
Recs and Parks, Brandy. We are the neighborhood
you're the
council.
person that sends in information to the city about what we want the city, including parks
But
and
the
Rec.
park is already built. It's done.
Building. We're not talking about rebuilding it or unbuilding it, but
But you're talking about taking the fence down, and this is a motion
we don't even
regarding,
have to take down the fence. This
this
is
is a
talking about-
CIS on,
Yes.
this is a CIS, which is on a motion that's put forth to understand why our parks are not being locked presently.
And I'm
Because-
saying they
and
shouldn't be
it's-
locked.
Okay,
They
let me
should- they
finish.
should-
Let me finish.
I was starting this. You guys have
Oh.
been jumping in me, but go ahead.
Well, I don't think the motion was, I want to explain the motion, a little context in terms of the two parks that we're talking about. I know it only references one park, but if you want to go ahead, Brandy. Ladies first.
Thanks. If we're looking specifically at suburban parks, the CDC study itself was a North Carolina suburban park. So it's not something that's just major cities or major urban centers. Even in suburban spaces, this is a consistent norm that we see, that there is a significant reduction in crime when you leave your parks open all night legally. Whether you have a gate present or not isn't the factor. Whether or not you make it legal and encourage use of the parks all night is what's the major factor. So if we stop saying it's illegal to be in that park all night, we don't have to worry about locking the gates. We don't have to worry about enforcing it. We instead shift to a pro-park, pro-neighborhood, pro-community action space, and it's cheaper and there's going to be less crime. So my argument is that with regards to very specifically this gate closure program, the better way to go isn't to worry about getting more people to oversee this gate closure, but just to eliminate the closure and replace it with a 24-hour program.
Thank you, Brandy. David? David?
I'm trying to get in there. Okay, there you go. Good, good. All right, so I'm not sure if the entire board lives within the Porter Ranch area or not, but I'm not going to go there. I'm going to tell you, I preside over the Renaissance. Gabriel has presided over the Renaissance. We know the parks inside and out. I'm going to tell you right now, Holly Burnson, we have had issues. We've had gun violence there. We have had drug actions there. That park needs to be shut down. I've offered LAPD, Rexham Park. I've offered our guards to go ahead and lock it and unlock it in the mornings. I will tell you that the 50-acre park, we already have, quote unquote, we already have an issue with homeless people staying inside the park. Okay? We have an issue. We cannot allow the parks to be open. We really need to close them down. Unfortunately, Brandy, I disagree with you. We don't live in North Carolina. We live in Los Angeles. Los Angeles is a hotbed for drugs, hotbed for gangs, hotbed for street racing, hotbed for violence. You know, we should have a limitation to our parks. Unfortunately, if we lived in a utopia, great, then we can keep them open 24/7. We don't live in a utopia. We live in Los Angeles. It's a hotbed of violence, drugs, everything goes on. We need to do the best to secure our community any and every way we can. So I disagree with you, Brandy. You're absolutely wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I have to agree with David. I wish there was a way to increase policing the parks at night so we can keep our communities safer. We've seen, like David said, we've seen a lot of crime activity going on in that park, drug dealing going on, prostitution going on. We've seen alcohol, minors using alcohol, etc. So if you legalize that in a dark park, because absolutely nobody's gonna put lights in that park at night. It's a dark park, you walk in the middle of the park, nobody can see you. What's next? I don't want to see any more crime happen in that park. That's why I'm 100% pro policing, locking, anything to all the Porter Ranch parks to keep the community safe. That's my point. But Jason and then Brandy, and then we'll go to the public. Jason?
Yeah, I just want to amend the motion to include Aliso Canyon Park as well, because it also has a gate that should be locked up. There's no lights on at night. It's very sketchy down there. And I want to make the motion to amend right there where it says second sentence, where it says throughout the evening at Aliso Canyon Park, right in the middle of the first paragraph, put Aliso Canyon Park and the address and Holly Burnson Park to include both.
You don't want to add the 50-acre park as well?
Yeah, that's fine too. And we can put all three parks and the soon to be built, soon to be completed 50-acre park. So include all three of those parks on there.
I second.
Boss seconds.
Thank you. That's an amended motion right now. Brandy?
What?
Brandy?
Okay. So let's start with, I live in the Heights, which is literally touching Holly Burnson. I can throw a rock into Holly Burnson from my community if I want to. I'm there with my son. That is our park. I'm not arguing that there hasn't been crime. I'm arguing that repeated studies from the CDC, from activities in Los Angeles, from activities in suburban communities like ours, from multiple places all over the world, they have reduced crime up to 98% reduction by simply not shutting down the park at night. So I'm not coming up with something on my own. This is what the CDC says. This is what Los Angeles data shows, that if we want to reduce crime, we do that by keeping the park open, not by closing it off so that we have to have somebody there 24 hours a day, or should say 12 hours a night, watching, because of course, that's going to create a space where if somebody wants to do a drug deal, let's go to that closed down large park space that we can hide in because nobody's there, because the community knows better than to go there when it's closed because it's illegal to be there at night. Let's go do our drugs now. We open it up, and then it's just as stupid to do it at night as it would be in the daytime because there's people there, because there's families there, because there's probably officers jogging in the park and exercising. It becomes, as they have shown again and again and again and again and again, the best, most effective way to reduce crime in our community isn't a lockdown that has to have more people watching it all the time. People who can be missed, people who can be bribed, people can be not watching it, people who can be laid off, whatever it is, just open it and make it more effective and more inviting to the community. And then everybody is acting. And even then, there are plenty of spaces where crimes happen at night that we don't lock down, like our streets. So it makes more sense to do what the studies have said again and again and again in our own city, as well as in other similar suburban areas, works. The thing that we've been doing, there's no evidence of it working. There's counter evidence of it not working. So I don't want to keep doing something that isn't looking like it's going to work. I'd rather we advocate for something that has proven to work repeatedly. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
I'm sorry, but the parks are wide open right now, and the crime is not going down. And the study.
But it's not legal.
Wait, we're not. So legality, you think people who are in the park are worried about legality? It's not. The crime should go down according to the studies that you're referencing. The crime should be going down. And those what you're referring to in summer night lights is an event where the lights are on. These parks, the lights are not on. This is pitch dark. There's no lights on. You go into Aliso Canyon Park at 10 o'clock at night. Go into that park and see what it's like. It's pitch dark, and it's like the animals are out there. Go to Holly Burnson Park, you get some lights because of the street lights there. But if you go way into the back of the park, it's pitch black. So there's no reason people should be in our parks at night. This is not like Central Park. This is not like, Canoga Park or some of the areas where, there's a lot of community events going on. People are up, there's restaurants, there's bars around. No, this is like a park in the community. Aliso Canyon Park is set right in the canyon. I mean, there's nothing there. There's no houses around, but Holly Burnson Park, the problem is there's houses right next to the park. So, like David and some of the comments we've been hearing from the neighbors about what's going on. But I ordered the reports on all the police activity for both parks. And I want to see what the data is, and I wish the SLO was here, because that was the question I was going to ask of the SLO, is what type of activity are you seeing at night? But if you want to bring a motion to the board next month to change the rules for the park, that's a different motion. That's a different concept. This CIS is simply asking for a report on the hiring process for the gate closure program. That's all we're voting on. We're not voting on changing the hours on the parks, making it legal to be at parks at night. What you're doing, Brandy, is you're changing the discussion to something different than what the CIS is for. If you look at the text of the CIS, it's specifically asking for a report back on the department, on the hiring process to get people within the LAPD to lock the gates. That's all this is about, okay? And if you want to change the rules on the parks, you want to recommend to the city to change the rules on the parks and the hours, then that's a different motion. That's a letter. That's different. Has nothing to do with this CIS. So just want to make that clear. Thank you.
David Balin.
Yeah, I would like to defer this conversation to Colin Crew with CD12. I'd like him to enlighten the community on how the councilman's office feels about shutting down the parks for the safety of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin, you want to add something?
I mean, I have not discussed this issue with the council member. I mean, obviously, public safety is always paramount for the council member. He sits on the Public Safety Committee. We supply additional funding to Devonshire Division for overtime patrols. But I can certainly bring it up. But I have not had this specific discussion with him.
Fair enough. Thank you. Boss?
Yeah, I want to say that this is a Porter Ranch. This is a residential area. And in the residential area, there should be quietness in the night. So I am not in favor of keeping the park open during the night. It is an open invitation to the criminals. So I'm opposing that one. It should be closed during the night. Thank you.
Thank you, boss. Brandy, I see your hand up. Let me go to the public real quick, and then I'll make you do your closing comment, and I will go ahead and vote. Assad, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first, I thank Becky for the letter. It's really needed for addressing the CIS. I'm speaking as the chair of the safety committee for the Devonshire area LAPD. And I think my two deputies, Gabriel and David Balin, explained to you the situation that we're facing. Historically, the park was always closed at sunset until we got hit with COVID and we lost a lot of personnel with SIP. So now this CIS, like Jason is saying, is trying to hire new people to get to the closure of the park. The park, I don't want to get into too much detail, but there is a lot of activities with drugs, guns, car racing, teenage drinking, and even on many incidents, we had people so drugged, they fell in the cliffs and they had helicopter rescues. And our committee between Gabriel, David, and myself, we have hundreds of pictures and videos that we shared with LAPD. And they've been trying actually very hard to address the issue. I mean, when Councilman Lee had the signs posted that it's illegal to be beyond sunset. We had the officers show up at least 2 to 3 times every night for the first 3-4 weeks, telling people to leave. But then after that, nothing is happening. And I don't want to repeat what David and Gabriel said on how many calls we made to the recs and parks and all that. But the issue is, for the safety of our community, we need to close the gates because we have so much of illegal activities every night, all the way. The only nights we don't have an activity is when there is heavy rain. And even during 4th of July, we had illegal fireworks, and you name it. We had gunfights, we had prostitutes, we had, I don't know, I mean, there's too many examples. I think Gabriel keeps that list. He's been a very active deputy, and David has been a very active deputy trying to find solutions. So the 3 of us within LAPD, we are trying hard, and now we need the help from Councilman Lee's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Assad. Ron, floor is yours.
Thank you. If anything we've learned from this COVID experience is stop listening to CDC hogwash. Also, I don't know what these studies are, but somebody better go talk to the people of Echo Park. They want that park closed off at night because of the crime. We do not need crime here in Porter Ranch. The word needs to get out. These parks are locked. Don't bother coming down here. And the people that advocate for open parks all night long, I don't live at Villaggio, but those Villaggio people are backing right up to the new 50-acre park. And I do not want to be living in those homes. We have to do something about the crime up here. Also, we have staff, the assistant general manager at a public meeting at the Recreation and Parks Commission meeting lied to the commission stating that he has staff locking the gates up at night every day. That you could go get a recording of that tape. A flat out lie. And crime has continued here. The criminals don't care if it's legal or illegal to be in the park. Someone needs to wake up here. They don't care. We care, and we need to lock those parks up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Back to Brandy, and then we'll call a vote. Brandy? the floor-
I'd like to say something too, so
Okay, you'll make the last comment, Becky, after Brandy. How's that?
that's perfect.
Brandy?
Our last speaker made a very important point that I'm trying to get across to everyone. Criminals don't care if the park is open or closed. Good non-criminal people really, really, really care. So if we close the parks at night, the only people in the parks are criminals. When you open them and do things to get people in the parks at night, you scare off the criminals because it's open, they don't have a space to go to. As far as I can happily forward all the studies that I found to anybody who wants to see. What I will say is that listen to the things that people have said, that helicopters and multiple night patrols and signs and all these other things have not stopped the crime. Why anybody thinks that locking a gate that people can just hop over would stop it, I don't understand. It's very relevant to this particular CIS because if we stop locking the gate, the correct staffing is to not staff people to lock the gate. So we save the money on not having to staff them. And instead, we all patrol our own communities the same way we do in the daylight hours by simply being active in our parks. And we make our parks more accessible to all the non-criminals to have a good time in usable public greenery spaces. But if we don't do that and we just have these shut down areas that we have to constantly patrol at increasing costs, because remember, LAPD is having a hard time even getting anybody in the first place, we are going to be spending more money on helicopters, on more signs, on more patrols, on more people to come in for gates. And it's not going to be working because it hasn't been working. There is increased crime there, but we've got an option here that has happened all over the globe So unless you think there's something so special about Porter Ranch that criminals just naturally come here, that there's so many criminals here compared to middle of downtown Los Angeles or urban areas across the states and across the world, that we're just especially crime ridden, then why don't we do the same thing that has functioned in other spaces and stop doing the thing that everybody just pointed out isn't actually helping, because crime is still there, even though we're trying to do it. Being legally in the park at night allows the good people to be there and drive.
If you want to be there at 3 a.m. in the morning, which you're not, then fine. I
I'm
don't
not,
know.
because I'm not allowed.
I don't know. No, don't give me that hogwash.
No,
You
no,
can go in there all you want.
You have
You
no
can go,
idea.
You can go in there all you want.
Okay, hold on, guys.
No. But, okay, but
Fine.
what I'm going to say is nobody that I know that lives here in Porter Ranch is going to those parks at 2, 3.
I'm sorry. We can't have this back and forth, Brandy.
All right, that's fine.
All right, Brandy, I'm gonna
Hey,
make,
no, I don't get cut off when somebody else does that. Come on.
Are you done?
No, I wasn't done.
Okay, finish. Go ahead.
Thank you. I sleep at very late random hours. I have, when I've lived in other places where the parks were not closed, gone out to parks. This park that is right behind me, something I have taken my kid to plenty of times, is something that, yeah, at 3 a.m, I might want to go for a stroll if I feel like I need to have some fresh air. And I can't and I won't, because it's illegal for me to do so. And I don't break the law. And I know other people are probably going to do the same thing, because it has happened in so many other places. So my point being on the CIS is that the hiring thing we should be looking at is not hiring anybody to do this anymore. Move to not locking the gates at all. Move to try to get the lights in. Move to try to make it a more inviting space instead. And that will reduce crime, as has been shown repeatedly, rather than this thing that has been failing repeatedly. That's the point. And yes, I am a community member in this park who likes using this park and would use it at later hours if it were open. So don't pretend like nobody would be doing it. I would.
thank you, Brandy. Becky, last comment, I wanna call a vote on this.
Okay. I believe in proactive policing, and there are curfew laws, and I hope that you support this letter. I think that the parks need to be closed at a certain time. We have the Porter Ranch specific plan that created these parks with gates for a reason. And we want to keep our community as safe as possible. And nothing good happens after midnight. That's what my parents always said. And I had a curfew my whole life, and I think the parks need a curfew, and I'd like to see them closed at a specific time so that we have some public safety. And they're right where homes are, and the new park is going to be a nightmare with that, because it's you guys have been seeing it, it's very secluded. It's going to be a little interesting, but I hope that you vote for this, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Now, can you call the vote, Becky? This is for the amended motion, adding Aliso Canyon and 50 Acre Park that's soon to be completed.
Okay, and
Who was the second on that one? That was my
I
amended
did.
motion.
Ross is the second.
I did. I second.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
who was the second?
Voss.
Voss? Okay. All righty, Bright Erics. Is Bright? I don't see Bright.
He's unmuting.
Pretty much, Steph, yeah, I'm now muted. I say yes.
Thank you. Okay, and David Balin? Yes, was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Hilda Sarkeesian?
Yes.
Jason Hector?
Yes.
Luis Ramirez
No.
is not here.
Becky, you gotta remove.
I've got, no, I know, I just
I
forgot
sent you
to
the
do it.
updated forms. Please go with the updated forms.
Becky Levesque, Brandy Grace.
No.
How did you vote, Becky?
I voted yes.
Okay.
Jennifer Abraham.
Absolutely.
Okay, Voss Singh,
Yes.
Christine Demercian,
Yes, 100%.
Okay, and Gabriel Conlon.
100% yes.
Okay, it passes.
Thank you. Let's go to item number
Thank
14.
you, everyone.
Thank you. Item number 14, Jason?
Okay, discussion and possible action to file a CIS on council file 23-0167. This is regarding sidewalk repairs and preserving mature street trees. And this is a motion from our councilman and chair of the Public Works Committee. And if you could pull that up, Mr. President, I appreciate it. And I sent out a paragraph to the board as far as the text to the CIS, but the CIS is basically asking the city to look into ways to preserve our mature street trees. So these are like the big pine trees we have on Tampa, Rinaldi. There's a lot of big sycamore trees we have on Cessnon. And like Colin mentioned, and I didn't realize that, but they're looking to potentially remove 10,000 street trees. I have to go back to my notes here. Yeah, 10,000 street trees would need to be removed. And so is it possible to pull up let me see, I'll read it, the CIS text. So this is basically an investigation into what can be done, but I'll read it. I sent it out to all the board members, but the text of the CIS for the community. I wrote here, the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council is home to many large Canary Island palms and sycamore trees and uplifted sidewalks, and we are very concerned about the preservation of these large trees. The Porter Ranch community would benefit from more continuous parkways. So those are where there's not all the concrete, but there's like grass, so the roots of the trees can spread out. And then enlarging existing tree wells. The tree wells, when they were put in, they're like 4x4, they're way too small. So expanding those out to like 8 foot on each side, for example. And then agro-perm removal. Those are the big concrete chunks that you see being uplifted. They were originally put in to keep the weeds from growing, but now these big trees have pushed them up and now they're just a hazard. To help preserve our trees, and then I put of particular concern are the uplifted sidewalks along Rinaldi between Tampa and Zelza, for which the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council would kindly request assistance with this project. So like I mentioned to Colin, looking into getting some of the sidewalks repaired, but being able to preserve our street trees. So I put this motion to support the councilman in what he's trying to do to look into, but also bringing attention to our needs here in Porter Ranch with respect to Rinaldi, and if there are any other areas that you want to mention. But Rinaldi has some of the worst sidewalks in our whole community. So I figured putting that in right now to start with. We've been trying to address those issues for many, many years, since I was brand new on the board. That was the first thing. I can share my, you guys all got the text, right? Did you guys all get my email with the text of the CIS I just read? Okay. So that would go in the text box and it would be in support of the council file.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second.
Boss made a second. Thank you. I don't see any board member hands up. I see Ron Nagai, hands up. Ron, the floor is yours. I'll come back to you, Becky, right after.
That might have been.
I'm sorry.
last
I'm sorry. I'm going to put my hand out. The hand was up for the last issue.
Copy
But,
that.
But you call the vote. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Becky?
Just a question, Jason, the size of the tree wells, you want to increase that. Is that going to help the roots? Because it seems like the roots need to be deeper down in the ground so that they don't lift up the sidewalk. Is raising it,
Well,
is
it's already
making them
raised.
larger, is that going to keep that from happening, do you think?
Well, the trees are already big, right? So
Right.
those sidewalks are already uplifted, right? So
Right.
the 4x4 area, you're already facing uplifted sidewalks on both sides, right?
Right.
So obviously 4x4 isn't enough. So we need to look to going bigger, right? In order to, you're not going to be able to put a sidewalk on top of roots, because if they start to cut those roots out, then you're going to lose the tree.
Right.
So, the city is going to have to figure out an innovative way, and we want to make it, and a lot of the comments from the community, everybody agrees we want to save the trees, right? I mean, it's pretty much everybody agrees we want to save the trees, but it's really on the city. But I think it's important to, support this initiative to try, and especially here we have these really large trees, and like if you go to Burbank or Glendale and you see the way they do their sidewalks, they have these continuous parkways. So they don't have all that concrete. So the roots are actually able to fill in where the dirt is and not where the concrete is. But that they did it right the first time. When they built all these homes and the sidewalks, they put these pine trees in like 50 years ago, right? When they put them in on Rinaldi.
Probably longer than that.
Yeah, and they're 4x4 tree wells. And these trees, they grow 80, 90 feet tall,
So
So,
I had them out because there were some pine trees in my neighborhood. So I had the city out. And it was really cool, the stuff that they said that they could do. They could, change the shape of the sidewalk, and
Right.
so I think that that's a great thing to think about, is to preserve
Yeah.
the trees. But
Yeah,
how
that's-
can we safeguard the sidewalks for people who walk?
yeah, that's
That's
some
it.
of the things they look at, is like a bulb out or like a curve.
Yeah, and
things
it's
like
really
that.
pretty. But we
Yeah.
do need to do something, so
It's
thank
very
you.
complex because there's a lawsuit, and they also have to keep them 4 feet wide. Because like in Burbank, you'll see the sidewalks, they're maybe 3 feet wide.
Oh, you're talking about the sidewalks, not the tree wells.
Yeah, it all kind of comes together, but like the way they're make more room for the tree is a smaller sidewalk. But I believe they have to have the sidewalks 4 feet. But anyways, that's like beyond what we're gonna do. I think from the community standpoint, we make the point that we want to preserve the trees. And, in the process of fixing the sidewalks, we don't want to lose all our trees. That's
Okay.
kind of the point that we're making, but we also want to get Rinaldi worked on too, so that's kind of the point. I don't know, Colin's probably gone now, but now that we have John Lee on the Public Works Committee, now I think is our opportunity to get our sidewalks fixed. So anyways,
Sounds good. And I do not see any other hands. Becky, you want to call the vote?
so let me make the motion.
Sure.
So the motion is to file.
Repeating the motion. Go ahead.
The motion is exactly like it is on the agenda, but adding the text component that I read off. And that I sent to all the board members, that the neighborhood council is home to many canary island pine trees, uplift sidewalks, et cetera, et cetera. And we want to focus on Rinaldi between Tampa and Zelza.
Thank you.
And this is item number 14.
Item 14, Jason made the motion, Voss made the second.
Okay, Bright Erigs,
Yes.
David Balin,
Yes.
Hilda Sarkeesian,
Yes.
Jason Hector,
Yes.
Becky Levesque, yes. Brandy Grace,
Yes.
Jennifer Abraham.
She had to leave.
Oh, she did. Okay. I'm sorry, I just have to check a different box. Voss Singh
Yes.
and Christine Demercian
Yes.
and Gabriel Conley.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Item number 15, Brandy, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you pull it up? Thanks. Okay, so I had a conversation with our councilman, and so as Colin alluded to, that they are looking into this. This was the write-up from what was requested previously on having the city submit support in action of their resolution previously passed that they would support the shutdown of Aliso Canyon. And this is a letter asking them to specifically direct the city attorney to file a brief or subpoena or whatever, the testimony in support of the shutdown plan that the Public Utilities Commission, California Public Utilities Commission is looking at. Pretty straightforward. I've also listed in here other important entities such as LAUSD and the LA County Board of Supervisors that all took similar actions to vote in favor of closing down Aliso. And then added those people on here along with some of our other representatives, because we're supposed to only talk directly to city council, but we can CC everybody else and remind them, hey, you also said you would do this. So that's the idea of in the polite way, putting pressure on and getting people to uphold the values they espoused and actually shut down Aliso, we hope.
Thank you. Do we have a second on this motion?
I second.
Thank you, boss. I see hands up. Becky, floor is yours.
Yeah, could you scroll up a little bit? I have a couple questions. First of all, did you have a committee meeting to do this letter, or is this personal, or how did this come about?
I passed this by the CAG members so that they could have input on it. There was a meeting with CAG.
Was there a meeting with the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council, other board members? Didn't we?
Not on the wording of the letter.
Pardon me?
Not on the wording of the letter.
Okay, so I have a couple things I tried calling you today to go over it before the meeting, so I hope.
That's what you were calling. Yeah, when we couldn't.
We kept getting cut off. So, okay. Would it be? I just want to go over it.
Okay.
It's first of all, in my experience in my college English classes, when I refer to a particular statement in a letter like this, at the bottom of the letter, I have to say where I got that information. Do you know what I'm talking about? And I'll tell you one of the, I wanted to know where in, let's see. You state things in the letter like nosebleeds to cancer. Where's the documentation for that? It can't be subjective. You have to state where you got that information. At least that was my training in college. The other thing was the statement, including a recent study showing children living in a household with gas stoves have a significantly increased likelihood of suffering from asthma. Where did you get that information? It should be footnoted at the bottom of this letter. How did you come, who said that? Who did the research? And I think there needs be some more documentation on the statements in here before we forward this to the council member. And that's it.
So are you proposing an amendment where I add the footnotes of?
There's no footnotes to where all this information came
That's
from.
what I'm saying. Are you asking for an amendment that I add the footnotes for links to all the studies?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like the blowout. We all know that it happened, but you have specific information there, and I think it would strengthen the letter if you had a footnote saying where that, who said that, so that it's not just our opinion, that it's fact. And in the aftermath of the blowout, thousands of families were driven from their homes and forced. We all know that. But there's a lot of things in this that I think we need footnotes to say where you got that, the nosebleeds and the cancer statement. So it's a great letter. I just think we need to footnote it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Becky. Bright?
Yeah, I just want to say that before you make a footnote, you have to make a reference in the body of the document. Then you can explain it at the footnote. So if you are able to make a reference to particular publication that says blah, 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 then you can expand that at the bottom. But if it is a public document, either published, that you get information from, you have to make the reference in the body of the letter when you write the document. So what Becky is referring to is reference. Need a reference.
Thank you, Bright. Patty, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. The study that Brandy is referring to is by RMI, which is actually the second gas stove study they've done. There's also a study by Harvard, a study by Stanford, and the PSE one was the one that came out in October that showed that the highest amount of carcinogens like benzene were in the northern San Fernando and Santa Clarita Valley. So there's 5 different studies, but the one she's referring to is RMI, and I'll try to send Brandy links to all 5 studies. Also, the CCST, the California Council on Science and Technology, has stated in their report of 2018 that the Santa Susana fault line runs through every well there. So there is scientific backing to that. And CAL FIRE has designated the area of Aliso Canyon as a high fire severity zone. I might have the words out of order, but there is backing that they can refer to in terms of blood, nosebleeds and all that. That's DHP's own information. So I'm not sure how to reference that, but all the other things, there are sources.
We just need to document those sources.
Yeah, I can send Brandy some good links.
Yeah, you and I can go through the links. I have all of them. All I'd have to do is just like, we'd get about a half page of links to the various studies. So I can just put like, next to the gas stove thing, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then underneath I put 1 this study, 2 this study, 3. Like I can do that for everything in here. It's going to end up with a page of just
the other part of it is that, do we really want to put about gas stoves? Because isn't this about the gas leak?
But gas,
and because right now there's a whole thing going on about all of us switching from gas to electricity. Our gas bills are skyrocketed to heat our homes and stuff. Do we really want to put that in the letter?
So the gas stoves is further evidence of recent studies showing the health dangers of gas. And
but it doesn't really have anything to do with the blowout.
Well, it does in showing that in these small settings where just exposure from the minimal amount from your stove is enough to cause severe health problems, that the severity of us being exposed to the same amount of stuff in one big cloud is implied as it's already proven that there is a link between health issues and gas exposure to gas of any amount. And this is a minor amount, and that's already causing health issues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ron?
These kinds of letters need to go to the community before we start sending them out. This is the first time I've seen this, and I have to agree with Becky Levesque on this gas stove thing. I see where Brandy's going with this, but are we shutting down Aliso Canyon, or are we going to also segue into shutting down everybody using gas stoves? I mean, I think that's heading in the wrong direction. As far as supporting information, I see what she's saying, but I think the community needs to see these letters before they go out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Assad?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I agree with Ron. These letters need to be floating around with the community for input. Plus, a reminder here, the facility is technically in the county. So all we could ask our city of LA officials is to manage to somehow get to the county supervisors to get them to support us, because the whole facility is county, not city of LA.
Thank you, Assad. And then Patty, you have something to add?
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, there are some of the wells are on city property, and we have to remember that all along with SB 380 and 57, that the city did provide some guidance there. They were allowed to comment. So there's nothing wrong with the city sending in a letter saying that this facility is affecting Angelenos, city residents. So plus there's an urgency here. I'm not sure when it's going to come up before the CBUC, the staff proposal, which is what this is all about. But there is an urgency to get the city attorney to say, hey, we really need to close this down because it's affecting city residents. And the staff proposal does go through ways that other forms of energy can be produced to take care of the fact that we'll be losing the use of this gas supply. So there is something built in. And again, everyone like Ron needs to look at Hassan Najad's staff proposal that he made a couple of meetings ago, because it does talk about this. And you can can send him an email saying, okay, how does this work? Because that's very important. And again, with I mentioned the PSE gas stove study that came out in October, that specifically refers to how dangerous this facility is to this area, because again, the areas that had the highest concentrations of benzene and other chemicals is because of the underground storage facility, because San Diego, which is San Diego Gas and Electric, they were low compared to us. They still had, the whole state had these chemicals, but they were low, and supposedly that's because they are not served by underground storage facilities. They are served by pipelines alone. So it seems to be the common problem here is having underground storage. So instead, they should be for as long as people are using gas and still have gas stoves and whatever, use pipelines. Don't depend on Aliso, don't depend on Playa del Rey, on the Rancho Goleta, because they bring an extra layer of hazardous emissions to the areas that they're around. So again, this is why it's so important. And again, everyone should be looking at that presentation that was made to this council a couple months ago, and send your questions to Hassan, because he knows, he's been a party to this whole proceeding. He knows this whole situation backwards and forwards, even more than me or the other CAG members that have been dealing with the health crisis. So thank you.
Thank you, Patty. All right, Brandy, I know you have your hand up. Do you want to amend the motion to add references on the bottom of the email or bottom of the letter and proceed with?
I'll put references, and then I forget what they're called, the exponents that you put next to them that reference what each link is referring to.
You want to reread the motion with the amendments?
Sure, I did want to comment. I did want to respond to one thing. The focus of this, because as it was pointed out, we're supposed to deal with the city. So the focus of this is because what the city did do was pass a unanimous resolution calling for the permanent closure of Aliso Canyon. And so what all this is doing, it's not saying that they're responsible for it. What this is saying is based on that resolution, we would like them to be one of the parties that submits testimony, because literally anybody can submit testimony. If middle of New York wants to submit it, they can. If Elon Musk wants to, he can. So this is just asking the city to direct the city attorney to be a party by submitting it, because they had previously passed a resolution on it. It's not putting them in charge of shutdown. So yeah, I'll amend the motion to submit this letter with the amendments of adding references to the various information sources for the letter data.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Voss. Becky, you want to call the vote, please?
Can I say one thing before we do that, or?
Go ahead.
I would like to see the references in the letter in full form before I vote on it. I'd like to see the references so I can look them up and research it if I'm going to sign my name to a letter that's so important.
Right, Brandy, you want to attend to that?
And we have to revisit one of these other motions in like a week or so. Can we do it at that time? Or do you guys want to go forward with it tonight?
So my preference would be to go forward, because I tried to have a meeting about this letter previously and we couldn't get a quorum to actually have a meeting about this letter previously. So that's why this is just coming up here. We weren't able to get quorum previously. So other attempts haven't worked, and I wanted
A quorum for what?
to have people meet to discuss this letter previously.
You tried to have a meeting and no one would come? Is that kind of it?
Gabriel
Correct.
said we did not get
Trying to make
quorum.
a special meeting.
Yeah.
Pardon?
We had a special meeting that was canceled because of no quorum.
Doesn't that speak to itself?
Well, that speaks to the fact that if we put this off, it's never going to happen. I
But
think.
it speaks to the fact that no one was interested enough to attend the meeting.
I mean, not enough of the board members were interested enough. We didn't have quorum.
Right.
We had community members that were interested. And that's why we shifted it to being a board meeting and item to discuss here. So I think it's
I
perfectly
just
fair
think to
if you want
write
to
such an
direct-
important letter without board involvement and seeing everything that's going to go in the letter before it goes out, it can't wait 2 weeks.
It's not that it can't, it's not whether or not it can or can't wait 2 weeks. It's that I doubt in 2 weeks we'll be able to get quorum then either. So I'm perfectly happy if we could guarantee a time that everybody would absolutely show up. I just have low faith that that's going to happen this time. I feel like more likely this will get put off and then we'll run out of time and then the letter doesn't happen.
Well, would it be all right if you make the adjustments that we've talked about to the letter so that we can see what we're signing off on before we sign off on it? Like the references of where you got all this information?
Yeah, and I'm also
Because we might have questions about that.
Yeah, and I'm perfectly happy to submit all the things. And if you're not comfortable voting on this the way it is, with the knowledge that I'm going to put the resources in, if you're not comfortable with that, that's perfectly fair, and you can not vote to support it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I would rather fail and then try again than not try.
I got you.
David?
Yes, I'm gonna agree with Becky wholeheartedly. First off, there was no committee that worked on this letter together in conjunction. I understand you ran with it and you worked with it with the council member, but unfortunately, I don't feel that there was enough effort from the council, from the neighborhood council. And so I have questions about this as well. So my request is going to be to table this until we have all the information provided so we can look at it and see your research. So I'm there with Becky as well. On that note, if we're not going to table it, then I'm going to vote no.
Thank you, David. And Bright?
Yes.
Can't hear you, Bright.
Oh, can you hear me now?
No, you're muffled.
Wow. Okay. Hold on. Let me.
I can hear you.
I need it.
So can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Good. I think I want to support the idea that the references should be introduced into the body of the letter. You don't write at the bottom of a letter of any document if you do not make reference in the body of the document. So just make your reference. If the reference is clicked on, if it's a internet reference, Anybody that want to know where you get it, just click on it, it take him straight there. You don't have to write anything at the body, at the bottom. So accept anything that was never published. So please, Brandy, I think it will just be fair on you. You've worked so hard to put this letter together. I think we just be good if you just go ahead and withdraw it for today's vote. You don't have to have a special meeting to vote on this. I don't know how important or how urgent it is necessary. So if it is not necessarily too urgent to pass as emergency thing, so we put it back on the agenda in the next meeting, we get it done. That's my just little take here.
Thank you. David?
Really quick, if we do have a special meeting, I'd like to have this back on the special meeting as well. Thank you.
You'd like to what? I didn't get that.
Once again, if we have a special meeting be prior to the next meeting, I would like this to be added to it.
Yeah, oh, me too. Okay, gotcha.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you. 'Cause I know Brandon's done a lot of work on this, and I hear what you're saying. I just would like it to be right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is fine, but if you have that special meeting and quorum is not formed, Brandy will be very upset. So that's why I think we always have quorum on a general meeting like this, if this is general, our board meeting like this. So to avoid the disappointment once more, I think we just put it through next board meeting. But if you know there's going to be quorum on special meeting, it's even better.
Thank you. I have one public comment and then I'll go back to Brandy, see what she wants to do. Ron, floor is yours.
Okay, first of all, with all due respect to Councilmember Lee, if he was going to do something about this, he would have did it a long time ago. So this letter really is not going to be effective. We got to go to people who appoint these commissioners, meaning going all the way to the governor. If the governor has given us a lot of hot air, he's got to step up to the plate. We need to address a letter to him. Councilmember Lee's not going to be able to do anything about this. So it's a feel-good letter, but also letters like this need to go through the community and should not be rushed through because some special committee didn't have a quorum. We've had a quorum every month for the monthly meetings and it was never brought up to my knowledge. So it needs to come before the board, but before the community needs to have input into this. And I think the addressee is wrong as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandy? What would you like to do?
So just so you guys know, what the councilman was talking about in response to our discussion was that he might try to arrange a trip up to actually go speak in person to the Public Utility Commission. So he's not, it's why I asked about it earlier with Colin. He's not ignoring the issue, I believe. He seems like he is taking action on it, and I'm willing to trust him. I am trying to find what the deadline is because it's already been a couple of months, and usually these things are only open for like a 60-day window. Usually it's like 60 or 90 days. So it's entirely possible that by the time we have our next meeting, this is a moot point. What I would really like to do is, if people want us to come back on this, see what the board is willing to agree to for a special meeting.
So you wanna table this for a special meeting?
Only if the board can agree right now on a date that they would actually commit to, because I don't want to keep going round and round with we schedule something and gets canceled, we schedule something and gets canceled.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do we have a committee for this? Who's on the committee beside you?
Gabe.
Gabriel?
And then a couple members of the community.
Aren't there supposed to be 3 people on the committee?
There's not a requirement for 3 people to be a
So you and Gabriel had a meeting and you both came up with this letter, or how? I mean, Or he couldn't come to the meeting, or how did
Oh,
this
I
letter
was-
happen?
I was not at the meeting. The letter was run to me.
So
And
you two did not have a meeting, you just read a letter.
We tried to have a special meeting that would allow everybody to come forward and look at the letter as a group. I had a meeting with members of CAG, which were also wanting to be on the committee as community members, and had them look over it and give their feedback on it. But what we tried to do was a special meeting so that the whole board, because this seemed to be an issue that mattered to the entire board, could look over it and make these decisions before we brought it to a general meeting. And the
Was there a special meeting that was suggested?
yes, and people said they couldn't. Gabe tried to schedule it. It was put on our website, and then we couldn't get quorum.
Was it sent out to the board members?
yes, everybody declined to show up. Just 2 weeks ago, Becky.
Except me.
That sort of says volumes right there.
2 weeks ago, I was on a COVID bed. I was on bed for 7 weeks with COVID. So I don't think I declined. I never get anything. I don't know if anything was said to me.
I don't remember it, so, okay.
Sorry you were sick.
Yeah, I was very sick.
Hey, bro, I got a quick question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, David.
So I can understand. So now I'm kind of getting just to this. So Brandy, correct me if I'm not mistaken. Did you write this or did the CAG write this?
I wrote the letter. I passed it through I discussed it in a meeting with CAG members and let them give feedback on it.
This has been, so absolutely have no input from the neighborhood council. So I'm going to tell you at this time, until you have until you put together members from the neighborhood council, I mean, this is just you going off and writing this yourself, which is, it's completely outrageous because it kind of falls short of what we do as a neighborhood council. You went outside the neighborhood council to develop a letter on behalf of the neighborhood council. You can't do that. That's a huge no-no.
I would like to point out we've had many letters brought to us before the board in the last several years that I've been on this board that were written by individual board members, and then the board as a whole decided on it. No one person gets to decide what we put forward, and like we are doing right now and like we did earlier, we can always give notes or say we don't like this or change minds. And in fact, previously I've come to the board with asking about whether or not people wanted me to write something a different way or even do a particular topic in one direction or another, and got reprimanded over not trying to make the letter beforehand. We tried to make a special meeting specifically to talk about this letter, specifically to get the PRNC board and community a chance to look at the letter. We have a deadline. I did what I could do. It's here, so everybody can give feedback on it now.
What's the deadline?
Fine, if we don't go with this, that's fine. When we were in the meeting 2 months ago and people said they wanted this, I agreed to do this. And Gabe is the only one of the board that stepped up to help. And he's the only one of the board that was willing to go to the special meeting, so far as I know. We've had a problem with people not showing up to meetings. We've had a problem with lack of participation. And I'm sorry, we tried to do what we could, and this is the opportunity that I've created. I'm more than happy to have 16 special meetings this month to go into every specific detail you want and change a period if you want. But we need to actually agree to meet and do that. Otherwise,
My only concern,
we're
Brandy,
not
is that
doing
this
it.
is coming outside of the realm of the neighborhood council, and I feel that, and I can be completely wrong, and if I'm wrong, please accept my apology, but I think this has been written by the CAG, you know, and we are basically here as the voice for the CAG in this letter, and I have an issue with that personally. Thank you.
It was initially written by me at the direction of this board, and then passed through with discussion with CAG. I brought in my notes about what I was thinking of doing. I met with members of CAG who are members of our community who wanted to have input on it. and I let them give me notes. I didn't accept all the notes. There were people who said, oh, I think we should do this or that, and other people who didn't agree with this or that. And I compiled based on what I got from people who were willing to show up to meetings and do input or willing to look at the letter. I'm happy to share it with everybody. I'm happy.
But I don't think when you had meetings, you invited the neighborhood council. You
But we
invited
did.
the CAG. Is that correct?
We
This is
invited
what
the
I'm getting
neighborhood.
at. It's
We
very
invited
simple.
the neighborhood
And
council and they didn't show up.
I personally was never invited to a meeting. You had a special meeting at the last minute, then we can't always drop everything, but we have meetings, we have committee meetings. We've done this for years. So this is really the first that you're bringing this to the board. I think you went about it all the wrong way personally, but I'm only one of many other board members. Thank you.
Okay, I'm making this easy for everybody. I'm removing my motion. I will submit all of the studies that I compiled to create it. I will give them to Gabriel, who is the other official board member of the committee. He can do whatever committee meetings he would like. I'm withdrawing from the committee. I would like to thank everybody on Neighborhood Council. As of right now, I'm resigning from the Porter Ranch Neighborhood Council.
Thank
I
you.
was not going to run anyway. I'm just resigning. I've had enough. Thank you all. I'm sorry this didn't work. And it's not just because of this. I wasn't going to run again. I was going to be out in 2 months anyway. I don't want to go back in person. I love all of you. I thank all of you. I'm done. Good night, everybody. Good luck.
I don't know how to comment to that.
Please move on to the next item, Gabriel.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next item, which is item number 16. Christine? I'll move forward with the motion. Motion to approve February 8, 2023 draft minutes. Do I have a second?
I'll
Second.
second.
Oh, go ahead. Thank you.
Who made this? Hilda?
Me, Hilda.
Thank you. Any comments? I'm going once, going twice. All right, I'll call the vote real quick to move on. Bright,
I don't think I was at that meeting though. Can I still vote?
you can abstain.
Abstain.
I abstain.
Thank you, David.
Yes.
Hilda,
You want me to take the vote or what?
I got it. Just vote.
Yes.
Hilda, thank you. Jason,
I was absent, abstain.
thank you. Becky? Becky? You're
Is
muted.
Becky,
Yeah.
you're muted.
Yeah,
Okay.
oh, I asked you if you wanted me to take the vote, but you're doing it.
Yeah, I got it. Brandy, she's not here right now, absent at this point. Jennifer is absent. Voss,
Yes.
thank you. Christine,
I'm here when you called me. I was just thrown off for a second by the
Mhm.
resignation. I couldn't respond in time. I apologize.
no problem. Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you, Gabriel. Yes, motion passes. All right, let's go to item number 17. Motion to approve $250 to Chatsworth Porter Ranch Chamber of Commerce for a booth at Blockfest 2023 on April 15, 2023.
Gabriel, can you fix the screen?
Fix the screen?
Yeah, just take this, take the, yeah.
There we go.
Let's see.
You
There you
just turn up sharing, then we are fine.
I have to screen share.
Can you guys see the flyer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what we're voting on right now. It's $250. And we get a booth 10 o'clock to 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on April 15th. Do I have a second?
I have a second on that, Gabriel, but I have my hand up as well.
Thank you, David. All right, let's go to comments. David?
Hold
Yes,
on, do we
I
have
would
a
like
second
to,
on this? Do we
Yes,
have,
I seconded it already.
you did, okay.
Yes. So before we vote, I really want to reach out to the board members. We have two events coming up, and I've already told Gabriel, because we've had such a weak turnout. Becky shows up, Hilda shows up, so my question is, can the board members, can you just give 1 hour, pick one of the two events and just show up for 1 hour, one and a half, whatever it is, because we need your participation. I don't care if you have to come wearing a mask, a gas mask, whatever you need to feel safe, but it's important that you come out. And if you're going to be on the neighborhood council, you need to participate. And I'm only asking before we vote, because if we can't get people that want to participate, even giving 1 hour of their time, then I would say, you know what? Let's not spend the $250. Let's give the $250 to somebody who really needs it. So that's my comment. Thank you.
With a raise of hands, first of all, Jason. Oh, Jason,
No, I'll comment.
you make a comment and we'll call a vote with my hands. David,
Yeah.
go ahead, Jason.
I think on the one hand, we're asking for more money in our budget and all that. But I think on the other hand, these events, usually the booth is free for the neighborhood council, and I don't know, I mean, if we don't participate in these events, there's no point in writing the check. It's like why are we writing the check if we're not going to be, solid? Like, we should have 3 or 4 board members at least for this event, right? In order, we have how many board members? 10, 11, 12. We should have like 3 or 4 solid people coming, and we're going to do it, and we're going to vote on it, and we're going to buy the booth. Otherwise, we're not going to do it. We're not going to approve it. So I think it's just kind of a matter of participation. I'm all for it if we're going to participate.
All right, let's start with you, Jason. What hours can you make it on the 15th? It starts at
morning,
ends at 6, and then there's setup.
Can I
Yeah.
say something? Can I
My
interject
family
in
likes
there?
this stuff. We go to this stuff. My daughter will like it. We'll be there. Go ahead, Becky.
I'd just like to make a suggestion. I was this is kind of my area. I was a practice administrator, so I had to set schedules up. I think what we should do is we should have a list of times in 2-hour intervals, and every board member should have to sign up to work 2 hours. This is an event that's happening from 10 in the morning to 6 at night. We're going to have to be there at 8, and we won't be done till 8. Because we have to set up and we have to tear it down. The other thing is the $250. Are we going to get our name on the flyer? If we have to pay more money to get our name out there, I'd be willing to even give $500 if our name is on the flyer, but I don't see it. So those are the questions that I have, and I'd be happy to set up the schedule for everybody if you would like, as a secretary. But I think every board member would have to commit to working several hours.
And I'll just kind of piggyback and continue on what I was saying. So maybe before we bring these motions to the board, we should do a survey, like what Becky is saying, just who's going to participate. Then we know before we vote. Going in, we know, okay, our sign up sheet looks like this, right? We have people covering first, second, third shift, and we know. At this point, we don't really know. And that's the problem, because we have to vote now. And I'm done. Thank you.
So can at least 3 people commit until Becky does the doodle, find out who's gonna work? David, thank you. I'm
All
in.
set up. We're good.
I'll be there. Becky, you'll be there?
I'll be there.
Be there. Hilda can't be there. Bright, can you be there?
I have to look at my schedule if I have a lab lecture on that day. I may not. I have to look at it. Let me say tentatively that I will be there.
It's on Saturday.
Yes, that Saturday is science lab.
Thank you, Voss.
No, I have some health issues, so I will not be coming.
Thank you, Hilda. I know you can't be there. Christine, can you be there for an hour or two?
Yeah, I can. I'll let you know the time. I just have to check, obviously my kids' just sports schedule. So
But you'll be there at some
yeah,
point.
absolutely.
Perfect. And then no one else is here from the board at the moment of time. So we have 4 people dedicated.
But we need more than 4.
We do. Last time it was, I think, me, you, and Hilda, I think the whole thing, right? And then David came by, I remember too. And that
Are
was
we gonna get our name on this flyer? Maybe we just make a donation and get our name on it.
however you would like it.
The thing is
Pardon?
like I like to go to these events, but then setting up the whole booth and all that is like such a big hassle. I want to go, but I don't want to be like lugging all this equipment around. I'm with my daughter and I want to go and like.
What other neighborhood councils are?
You're muted, Ron. Get out of here.
What other neighborhood councils are participating? Do we know?
I do not know.
If I may just say something, I know that Jesse really wants us to commit before we vote, but the money we are putting there just to support the Chatsworth. It's not necessarily because we are buying a booth. If we are buying a booth, I don't think that is fair to us. So I think we should vote for it, whether somebody is going to be there or not. And
Yeah.
then once we commit, then we begin to talk about who will be there, who will not be there. Personally, I'll be there if I don't have a class that day. So I don't have my.
What I was trying to say is like next time we have these events, let's do the doodle poll before the board meeting so that we know the participation level, beforehand. Like maybe as a secretary job, you can do the doodle poll for these events. We have another one coming up on the 31st, right? We have 2 events. The 30th.
March 30th is only 2 hours, and that's pretty much covered. Everybody wants to show up, they can.
Okay, Blockfest, April 15th. So if we send the doodle poll when we send the agenda out, when you send the agenda for the meeting out, you send the doodle poll out too, and then we can pull up the doodle poll. So I'm just trying to improve the way we do things, moving
Right, I
forward.
got you.
That's all.
So
That's
Jason,
fine.
what hours are you working, Jason? You keep on laughing about it, but we're asking for participation.
I'm in there, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
Well, you gotta commit to something.
Yeah, I'm always committed.
Okay, Becky will run the doodle, the 4 hours.
But Becky made a statement that I think it's very, very important. So if we are going to go and stand there, I think our name should be on the flyer.
I'll just put your name on and expect you to show up. It'll be pretty easy.
No, I'm talking about Puru Ranch Neighborhood
I'll assign
Council
you
name.
guys hours. I'm
Our
not
name-
taking it. I'm done.
Our
Hey.
name is not on that flyer. I don't see our name.
What kind of because this is what the city's gonna ask us. What
Yeah.
kind of publicity are we gonna get if we give city money for this?
We don't know,
We
don't know.
have to know. They have to tell us.
but we don't know. What are we gonna get?
Well, then I vote no.
What's the
Renee,
motion?
because
What does the motion say?
The
Is
motion-
it advertising?
Booth right now, it has not said nothing about
The
advertising.
city will not approve it. We need like advertising like we do with the.
Exactly.
I
So
go, what did we do last year? We were at this event. What kind of advertising did we get? Do you remember? It was on
That
the,
was the Gabriel, if you remember, that was the booth that nobody showed up to. Besides myself and Assad. It was a no-show.
was it this one? No, this is a different one. That's a different one.
No, it was Chatsworth.
No, this is the one that we were there. We had a booth. It
I was there.
I was there too.
Which was the
Yeah.
booth that nobody showed up. It was like the first,
The one it was the Granada Hills one.
was it Granada Hills?
That
It's
you,
been a
yeah,
long time
you
ago.
and, see, I can remember this stuff.
They're not gonna approve it unless there's some kind of outreach, like some kind of advertising, and
Last
So
year,
we need advertising. There's no, if our name is on there,
That's it.
I'd give $500, but our name's not on the flyer. We need publicity.
You know what? I'll reach out to the Kiwanis tomorrow and get it and just get him to put our name on it.
Is that Nick?
It's
why I
not
would-
a Nick will do it. It's not a
Is the-
problem.
is there a charge for the booth?
$250.
Free.
The motion is for $250 right now.
That's what they charge for a booth?
Yeah.
So that's where we need an invoice for the booth then.
I have an invoice for the booth.
Okay, so we're buying a booth, basically.
Correct.
So you
So
guys
what
want to
we
buy a
intend to-
booth or not?
What do we intend to sell in the booth?
Yeah,
Well, we have a little game that we play. We give out prizes.
the Brooklyn Bridge.
Okay, but you're bored. Should we?
But I don't want to work it for 8 or 10 hours. And so I'd rather give a
Yeah,
donation.
8 hours is for a booth, 8 hours, you're gonna set up. We don't have it, they're gonna provide the table, so we gotta go to storage.
Yeah, they're providing a table.
Who's
And
gonna
it's,
go
and
to
it's income
storage?
tax day. I mean, come on.
The same person who always does it.
Yeah, somebody has to go to storage.
I think our president has committed, so we have to support him.
I don't know,
With
guys.
$500.
You gotta get the tablecloth, you know, you gotta get all this stuff out of storage. You gotta set it up.
Can we find out what kind of publicity we're gonna get?
You're not gonna get any publicity. It's just a booth.
Well, I'm,
That's all you're getting is a booth.
This
I
is-
asked
this is-
Gabriel,
This
the
is
invoice is for the booth.
correct.
well, let's not do it then. If it's,
If we support them, when we do something, they will support us. I look at it as a support
This is through a
mechanism.
chamber, Chatsworth Port Orange Chamber. So that's where everything's gonna go to if we approve.
That's good.
I
So-
think that we need to know what kind of publicity we're gonna get.
Okay, we don't have time to know that information, so I just.
not-
Is she,
It has nothing to do with advertising. It's simply for a booth.
Our name is on this flyer. Can you see it?
Where?
Look at that logo. Chatsworth.
Oh,
Port Orange.
Chatsworth Port Orange.
Oh, that's just Port Orange, right? Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's not ours.
So should we call the vote or table? I have to actually leave the meeting in the next 2 minutes because I was supposed to be gone. I had something to do an hour ago, and the kids are still waiting to eat. So we gotta proceed. Or I'm gonna end the meeting, literally.
I'm sorry. I apologize to the kids on
think
behalf
the
of
table-
everybody.
It's 10 o'clock at night, and we're going back and forth
I'm
arguing.
gonna sign off on this one.
We should vote for this. I think I will support it.
I
It's
vote
good.
no.
They need our name. We need our name. We can tell them. They tell us what we have to do.
So let's do this. Let's call
I'm
the
gonna
vote.
sign off, guys.
If it's a no, if it's a yes, it's a yes. So let's call the vote.
I'm gonna sign off and feed Gabriel's kids.
Thank you. Thank
I'll be
you.
right there, Gabriel, with the food.
okay, I'm sorry, I'll
I'll
call
see
for
you.
the vote.
Good night.
Don't go
call
yet.
for- no.
You need to vote. Don't go.
Hold on, Jason.
I'm leaving the
Okay,
meeting.
Brad Erics,
Yes.
David Balin,
I'm gonna say no. I don't feel that the board's into this.
Hilda,
I would say yes, but I cannot be there.
So it's a yes vote?
Yeah,
It's a yes vote.
Thank you.
Jason.
No, guys, I'm sorry.
Okay,
I mean, I love the Chatsworth Porter Ranch Chamber, but
I'm gonna vote no as well. Becky Levesque. Brandy's not here. Jennifer,
Absent.
not here. Voss,
No.
okay, Christine,
I guess no, it doesn't sound like we have the support, so.
okay,
Yeah.
and Gabriel,
I have to say yes, but the motion does not pass.
okay.
okay.
Thank you. Jason, can you take over?
yeah, I'm bringing the food over. Don't worry.
Okay.
I got the pizza, Domino's.
Can you take the meeting over at 18 to 22, Jason?
Of course, my friend.
The last few items. which are-
Okay.
Bye,
Let's turn
Gabriel.
over to Don. Thank you, Gabriel. You're a good father.
Thank you, everyone.
Good job.
Okay,
Let's see, let's bring Don in here. Don is he still here? Haircut, there he is, a lot of time. Hold on a second.
so how many board members do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is Gabriel
We just
still?
have
here?
we just have a presentation right now. I think we're through all the voting items.
What about,
Oh, wait, hold on.
board member and committee comments?
Yeah, those are just comments, so we're not voting on anything. Just like a webinar right now at this point.
Gabriel's just off video. He's still part of it. So he hasn't left. He's just off video.
Hey, Don, are you there? Yeah, there
Are
he is.
you kidding? I wouldn't miss this for anything, man.
You're used to us now. You know, you can come back at 10 o'clock and you'll be right on time.
It's all good.
Jason, can you
so
take the screen
entertaining.
off?
Oh, yeah. Let's see.
Yeah.
How
Hey,
does that- can you
Don,
see-
before you start, because I sent you out an email and I sent Gabriel and Assad both an email. Can you start off tonight by telling the community what the website is so people can access it? Because I had a meeting with the presidents the other night and I was not able to give them your website.
I'm sorry.
You never called me back.
What
Yeah,
president?
it's late. I can't think at 10 o'clock. So I'm normally sleeping at this point. But I'll definitely get that, because we do have, that was one of my items, is we have a new upgraded version of the website we want to get everybody involved with.
You can send that to me in the morning. That'd be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Just quick overview of what's going on. We continue to, we've got.
Did you want to share your screen, Don? That might be a good idea because right now I'm not sharing anything.
This is
You-
beautiful screen.
You
Beautiful
wanna maybe-
mountains.
You want to put the website on maybe for?
Well, again, it's gonna be rough for me to do that right now.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fine.
So let me just give you guys just a quick update. And again, we'll be sending out all that information to everybody, including the board. So, we continue to make progress on getting instruments out in the field. We have a second BTEX benzene monitor that's going online this week. And then we're working with getting all of the fence line systems. I mean, we're just working through trying to get final site permissions from the various government agencies in Los Angeles. It's challenging, but we're getting there. We actually have 2 full-time staff now down there working on these systems and keeping them cared and fed. Like I said, we have another generation of the website, which will be a lot more user-friendly within the next week or two, but I'll actually send out that link tomorrow. I want to thank for sure David Balin. David was essential in getting us, I think, the final site permission for our last point monitoring stations. We're still working through getting the permission to locate the equipment, but we've actually got it in operation, and we've actually got a secondary. We have a second option if the first one falls through. So I'm pretty confident that very quickly we'll have all of what we're calling the community monitoring system set up. We do hold meetings every Thursday they start at 8, but at 8:30 is when we, in the morning, we actually start talking about the data we're seeing from your community. There are some interesting things showing up. I mean, it's where we see little events with different gases, and we spend a great deal of time, discussing where the sources could be and issues like that. So it's very, very informative, to say the least. And then we're also, in regards to the health study, we've been in contact with some of the people who are, associated with that at UCLA, and starting to work together to see if we can find ways we will work together, not find ways, but we want to supplement each other's efforts in collecting data and doing air monitoring and working with each other on that to make sure we're not, doing a lot of repetitive stuff, but actually enhancing each other's work. So again, it's good progress. We're getting I think really close to being able to have the full system set up. Every monitor we want to have is ready to go. It's just a matter of getting it deployed. And, you know, that just takes working through the city government to get final permissions on things.
Don, can you give just a quick overview of what the locations are? I know you have one right by Woodward Tampa Park. On the northern part, we have the 2 schools there. You're doing the fence line. Can you just give like a brief overview of the locations and, you know?
Yeah, so the fence line systems themselves will be along Cessna, starting from the far west side all the way to, you know, kind of where the gate of the Aliso Canyon facility is.
So
And
by the school, are you talking by like Porter Ranch Community School over there? When you say-
yeah, it's a little bit west of that, but yes,
okay.
it's right along that area.
Okay, gotcha.
So again, the big challenge has just been trying to get the site permissions.
Right.
You know, but we're getting there. I mean, we're on every agency's agenda to get the final permissions. They've gone through all their legal reviews with it. You know, nothing's really being held up at this point. It's just getting on the different agendas and getting the right advocate to kind of push things through. And City Council members Lee's office has been very helpful in helping move all of that along. Right now, David, you could help me with this. Again, it's late. It's what, Fire Station 52?
No, Fire Station 28 on Corbin.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, right.
That's where-
the other one, yeah.
Yeah, that's where we've got our real-time benzene monitors set up. And the other one is going to be at the park, Holly.
Over Tampa.
Yeah.
Just south of Holly Burnson Park, on Porter Ranch Drive.
Yep. And then we have 3 that are mounted. We have 3 methane monitor systems that are actually mounted on telephone poles that actually Assad has been instrumental in getting those systems installed and out in place. So we're getting a good rollout. And like I said, what we've done with the second BTEC system, we've actually co-located it at the fire station. It's, you know, basically ready to be deployed in its final home, and it's all operational. The key is we don't want to hold anything up. So if we can get it running out in the field, even if it's not in its ideal location right now, it at least will be running so that we can, when we get the final permission, we just wheel it over, drop it off, plug it in, and away we go.
Let me see if we have any questions from the community. It looks like Ron, the guy, has his hand up, and Assad as well. Ron, go ahead. Whoops.
My only comment is, can we put Dawn around between items 6 and 7 around there so we don't keep him all night long? And then we could ask some questions. He shouldn't have to stay here for the whole meeting to give us we're all waiting for his report.
When I bring Gabriel the pizzas, I'll ask him to.
I'm not going to say I'm happy to be here.
No, I'm sure you are. We really appreciate what you're doing.
I'd be happier if I'm number 6. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Right around
Yeah.
item 6 or 7. That's where you really need to be.
No, that's a good point. Thank you for that, Ron.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Yes. Thank you, Don. I mean, we appreciate your system. We appreciate the work you've been doing. Your staff has been great. And just parallel to you, I'll be installing some other monitors. I'll share with you the data once we acquire them, meaning the data before I purchase it of the units.
Awesome.
And it's going to go possibly inside the Lumineer itself. I'm going to be getting a demo in that sometime in May in the Smart Connect convention in Colorado. So we'll see what it looks like. But the initial data looks good. So that this way, between your numbers and the numbers we get from the system that the city of LA will acquire, the community has a big database and flow of data. And in the end, that can go all in one pool. And from that pool, we could create an app that gives you all the components. And I'm going for all the gases and all the possible components beyond what your system is doing.
Okay.
Because once that is developed as a test bed in Porter Ranch, the intention is to have it installed citywide on all the street lighting poles.
And the nice thing is the way we've set up this website and the app, we'll be able to absorb any other technologies that are out there, like this one that comes by, so that we can just add it to what the community sees. And if we work with you guys, Assad, we'll do what we're doing with our system right now, which is getting you guys the data, or the community the data, all in real time.
Right. No, I know. That's why you gave me the idea after I installed the speed monitors along Cessnan inside the luminaires, and then some of the other components. Then I got the idea, why not add more inside the luminaire that integrates with your system, and this way you have more real-time data.
Yeah, it's perfect. I mean, we've designed this. I mean, I know everybody wants Aliso Canyon to go away. If it doesn't go away, or if it gets prolonged, we will be able to support any new technologies that will make your life easier. Yeah, that's engineered into the system.
Thank you, Assad. And, I think it's nice to see the community members support each other, because, the street lighting provides so many, you think about the communities that are impacted by, all these contaminants like the battery factory or pollutants or whatever, but we have so many street lights. It's a great opportunity to monitor the contaminants in the environment. And, we have what we have here, but throughout the whole city of Los Angeles, communities are experiencing different contaminants, relating to different facilities in their neighborhoods. So, I think it's a nice, we're really showing leadership here in Porter Ranch in terms of collaborating and utilizing the city infrastructure to benefit and protect the community and monitor and give data. So I just
Well,
wanted to throw that in.
and Jason, just to kind of reiterate, without a doubt, the hardest part of doing any of this stuff is infrastructure. And because Assad got us to be able to install these things on the lamppost, it completely took that out of the picture. The first technologies that were up were because of Assad and what he did, because it was so easy to get that done.
Yeah.
But
we're all family, we have to work together and support each other. And, a lot of people in the city, they live here in our community. And, we all have to work together to achieve the goals. So thank you so much. Sorry to keep you up late.
That's
Anyone else have anything to say? Let's see, attendees, I think we covered everything. Assad, Ron, we appreciate you hanging in there. We'll talk to Gabriel, maybe get you on earlier. He does.
Okay. I like I said,
You're looking good though in the office, man. I like your hoodie.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. I get a lot of work done.
Yeah, exactly. We'll come on right at 10. Okay, let's move on. Budget advocates. Thank you. Glenn, are you still here? There he is. Let's let Glenn in.
I'm still here. I'm still awake.
You're the man. Thank you so much.
And so Brian Allen is not here, and he and I communicated this time, so I'm going to have to fill in. And the budget advocates did send a written report to all neighborhood council board members last Thursday night. And so there was a great budget update, the first part of that report. That's usually written by, it's a collaborative effort of folks who track the activities of the city council, the budget. It's now called Budget, Finance, and Innovation Committee, and keep track of what's going on from the controller side of things. So that's a good update there. I'm not going to go over that, to refer you to that written report. The written report also indicated in the second part of it about the budget advocates activity, about our meeting with the mayor on February 14th. And that's an easy day for us to remember because we had Valentine's Day jokes with her. One of the things it mentions the topics that we covered with her. There was a shift. Normally the mayor communicates our past meetings with the mayors, right? This is our first one with Mayor Bass, but the past meetings with Mayor Garcetti and Villaraigosa is those mayors would tell us what they wanted us to hear, what their concerns and issues were. Mayor Bass let us know the day before she wanted to hear from us in terms of what neighborhood councils were concerned about. So we haven't actually voted for our priorities this year. So what we did is we looked at from the 2022 and some of the past ones that were priority items. And as you know, a lot of these issues don't get solved. It takes multiple years. So we did address, we pulled out homelessness, housing, pensions, infrastructure, ethics, emergency preparedness, 2028 Olympics, and neighbor council funding. And what I wanted to share on that one was her body language, her reaction was she had no idea that that we were cut down to 32,000, and she was taking lots of notes. We gave her a notebook with a lot of the materials and information from the prior years. She was making notes. She asked the budget advocates to give her a report back with regards to the neighbor council funding. So that's why we are very pleased. Porter Ranch, was early on this, and there are a number of other neighborhood councils that are taking various actions. They're all good because they're all headed in the right direction, right? Some are focused on getting the rollover back to 100% of whatever we don't spend. Some are, about increasing the monies back to a prior level amount. So anyway, so we need to get that report into her, and so the sooner we get we have your letter from last month, but when you get your letter from this month, please get us to that. The other thing that I wanted to share that was not on the report was we did have our meeting, and it happened since your last meeting, I think, maybe not. Our meeting with the former general manager regarding the done budget. Just to let you know that recording is up on the website, and you can hear that whole presentation. And also the PowerPoints on the website, budgetadvocates.org, and you can get that. That was submitted under the prior mayor and now the prior general manager, but it still stands and still being considered. And it does affect neighborhood councils depending on which of those things are included in the mayor's budget proposal, which will be have to be released by April 20th or prior to then. And then also it is indicated our budget day. We've after this report was sent out, the budget advocates did confirm that we will plan to hold budget day one last time virtually. So that's Saturday, June 17th, and with a commitment that we will plan an in-person event next year. So that's my report, but do look at the written reports. There's a little over a page of information, and I see Jason's hand is up.
Yeah, so, you're our representative for whatever Region 2. And so, I'd like to dial down into the issues we're facing here in Region 2 in the North Valley. You see some of these issues coming up in our discussions, like, locking the parks up at night, or, the mudslides in our parks, securing funding for the various issues that we're facing here in our region. And I'd like to encourage you guys as our representatives to dial down into the issues that you're seeing you know, in your neighborhood council, in our neighborhood council, you know, we brought up the funding issue here, which you guys are running with, and I appreciate that. But, you know, what are the budget priorities that you see here in Region 2, I guess is the question. And then what can we do as a council to try and, you know, we can put a motion next month to come up with our own budget priorities, some of the ones we've discussed in terms of, you know, Recs and Parks definitely needs more money to deal with all the flooding and, you know, the issues they're facing. But what are some of the regions, the issues you're seeing here in Region 2 that we can put as budget priorities for our North Valley area?
Okay, great question. And Jason, thank you for participating with the Recreation and Parks meeting with the general manager and.
And I still don't have the notes, so please help me.
Okay, thanks. I didn't realize that. I mean, initially I didn't
It's
realize.
okay, that's offline. Okay.
So first of all, let me just say that it's not mutually exclusive. The ability for neighborhood councils to chime in directly is in the charter. You as a neighborhood council can chime in directly, and I strongly encourage.
We're trying. We're doing our best.
Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing good. But whatever you do, if you copy the budget advocates, that amplifies your voice.
Absolutely.
So what would be really, while I'm here sometimes, not all the time, Brian's here sometimes, but you know, not all the time. The best thing you can do, in my opinion, is to compile these things. I mean, I hear you on parks, I hear you on trees, I hear the streetlights. But we don't, but just so you know, we are a department-driven
that's fine
group. So everything is kind of siloed
now
by
you
department.
parks, trees, and streetlights. Okay.
Well, I'm not speaking for Region 2. That's what I wanted to say is that we're not. I mean, yes, that's where I'm coming from because I don't do the rest of the city, but we are kind of siloed by department. Some things do overlap between departments. We acknowledge that.
But before you get to departments, you have the issue. So forget the department, start with the issue. What are the issues in Region 2 from a budget advocate standpoint that you see, you know, we can get behind as a neighborhood council in our region?
Right. And what I'm saying is I am not part of all those different committees, right? I'm only part of some of them. And so what I would ask is if you could please pull together the things that you've discussed. I mean, just look through your agendas, look through your things and just pull together and just maybe put a paragraph of each thing together and just get that to us. You don't have to take separate action because you've already taken action on many of these things. If you want to do a separate action, that's fine. But just because of the time, the budget's being put together now, my advice is just pull those things together. You all know what you bring up, what you discuss, what the stakeholders bring up. You know, I think you'll be far ahead of most neighborhood councils. Send a copy to the mayor, copy the budget advocates. The sooner you get it to both of us, the more likelihood that some of those things there'll be a check off. Oh yeah, we're addressing that, or oh gee, we should address that. For the budget advocates, some of our reports are done already, and some of them are not. So it just depends on which department what you do in terms of what it falls into. And some of these things don't happen in one budget year, they carry over. So that's my best advice.
All right, sounds good. Thank you. Open it up to anyone else.
Welcome.
I think everybody's ready to go, huh? Let's see here. Pens. We're all clear.
I got a question.
Mr.
I
Balin.
just can raise up my hand real quick. But I wanted to really quick, Glenn, can you share with the board what two things you brought to Honorable Mayor Bass that she really, because I really think she has concerns, and I think she really cares about what the neighborhood council brings to the city. But what do you think your takeaway was? What two things can you share with us that you think that she's encouraged to make a change at?
Okay, so you all know her interest and commitment to homelessness and affordable housing. So you know, that was part of our list, and she was definitely engaged in conversation, dialogue on that. And let me just say that a number of us took notes, and we are still working on compiling something that we can then share with all the neighborhood council folks. I read off the general topics that we, you know, pulled together, and we only had 45 minutes with her, although she allowed us to go longer than that. The other thing I've already mentioned, and that was the neighborhood council funding. She definitely engaged with that. I'm not saying she wasn't interested in some of the other issues, but you know, those are the two that I would, emergency preparedness, I think, would probably be another one too. And, you know, we couldn't really see, we gave her a notebook with detailed information on each of the topics, and we couldn't see what she's writing, right? I mean, she was writing, right, and sometimes very furiously on some of the things. So, but, you know, I think there were some ideas on like, say, the homelessness issue that, you know, that she questioned, actually, because it was maybe a different perspective, you know, from what we were doing. You know, she did ask, or did come up question about what neighborhood councils do with the money. So she's, you know, looking and asking about that. So yeah, I think I should, you know, let's
Those are good points. No,
No, some great points. I appreciate that. Thank you,
Yeah.
Glenn, because we weren't there, but you were, and it's nice for you that you can share that with us. Because I honestly, personally, I really think she does have concerns and she does care. So we'll see what happens over the next few months. Thank you.
all right, thank you.
all right, Glenn, we appreciate you as always. Without anything else, let's move on to committee reports. Board members?
I have an update. I had attended the Congress planning meeting, and the next Congress of Neighborhood is scheduled for Saturday, September 23rd, 2023. And now they are inviting the neighborhood councils to sponsor and fund the event. And there are different levels of sponsorship: bronze, silver, gold, and platinum. And we are participating in the silver level by the $500 contribution. So I will urge the board members to think over it and go for the same level this year as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Voss. All right, Mr. Balin.
Yes, I'm going to speak on behalf of land use. I planned that Gabriel had to leave early, but I'm going to speak to Gabriel. I think we have a lot of issues that the neighborhood council needs to be looking at for land use. So in the coming days, I plan to speak to Gabriel. I'm going to ask him to allow me to step in, you know, as the chair of land use or co-chair of land use, because we have some serious outstanding issues that are going on here. So thank you.
All right, I can go ahead and speak. Just to piggyback off what David said, I think it's important that we take up the discussion regarding the park, the pavilion, the Englander Pavilion that's been approved, the naming of the park. I know it's a controversial issue, but I think it's important to have a forum for the community and the board members to weigh in. And we can try and take a vote or not take a vote or whatever, but it's a big deal, you know, the park. It's not my favorite topic, honestly.
No, we put, Jason, you and I put in a lot of time, a lot of effort over the years. So I
we
hate
did
to,
approve in the previous board a naming of Porter Ranch Community Park. So I think we have a new board now. We can consider that or different. But you know, I think David and I know Ron, and this is an important issue for the community, and they don't know about this park naming thing. I mean, the community doesn't know about this stuff. You know, we only know about it because we're here. But of course, I want to talk about the parks. I went up to, and I mentioned, I went up to Aliso Canyon Park. You know, the we're having a lot of issues with the drainage in the parks. So all of our hiking trails are being eroded right now. This rain is insane. I mean, we got like 12 inches of rain. And so there's about 2 to 3 foot of drainage going on in the path. There's a real dangerous situation going on in our parks in terms of the erosion that's going on. So been working with Merca to try and set up a meeting. The other thing is the sidewalks on Rinaldi. That's the reason I brought the CIS. I want to bring attention to the sidewalks. I think now we have an opportunity with our councilman being the chair of the Public Works Committee to actually get our sidewalks fixed. So I'd like, the board to come together and, if you have sidewalks concerns, the trees and all that, now is our chance to address all these issues. We've done a lot. And the last thing I want to say, I went to Limekiln, and I think we need to do another, brush clearance, dead tree removal project. So I'm trying to find a contractor that's going to meet the needs of the community to bring a motion. But we need to continue on the progress we made. We did a really good job in the northern section, and I think we need to continue to work southward down towards like the middle section where the fire was, because there's a lot of burned out stuff. I was down there. So, the money's there, whether it be from us or from other funding. We just need to work together and be the eyes and ears on the ground in our community. The other thing I want to talk about is 311. I think it would be nice, and I'll have to talk to Gabriel about it, but I was going to bring a motion about this, but we should be letting the public know how to report things on 311. Today, I was just trying to report the gutter is full of pine needles and everything. And I had to call 3 different numbers. Turns out you don't do it on 311. You have to call, storm drain. We need to make it easier for the community to report things that need to be done. And so that would be my goal for outreach, is make it simple for them to report things that need to be done. Like our drains are plugged, but we need to fill in the gaps from the city, because honestly, the trash and the wind and all that, the city's not going to do it. We're going to have to go out there and do it on our own, or find ways to fund nonprofits to do things to make our community nice. So that's all, trying to get back in the swing of things. So thank you for your support on all the motions I brought forth, and it's a pleasure working with all you guys.
I have a question for
Hilda.
Jace.
Oh,
Jace.
Hilda, I want to,
Yes.
about the schools. There's so much trash at Castle Bay. Oh my gosh. So I reported it to Scott Schmerlson's office, because, the trash is blowing into the streets and everything. And we have a new representative. Tara is gone. It's Carla now we're working with LAUSD. So
Okay.
yeah. But say a couple things, Hilda, thank you
What do
so
you want
much
me
for
to say? I'm looking forward for end of the month.
Thank you
So,
for coming to all the events. And
yeah.
you're doing great.
Of course, of course. I'm looking forward for the 30th. And I had talked to Gabriel, and we're gonna get the students involved this year. And what I'm suggesting is have them do the spin the wheel, have them give the prizes, and we should be able to communicate with the families, get them to get involved in our community, and then make sure to get the sign up sheets and then see what their needs are. I think it's better for us to, as adults, to talk to them. And instead of giving away gifts and this and that, we'll train the other kids to do that. Well, responsible kids. So the school Chatsworth is gonna give me about 3 students, and I'm sure they're gonna be able to run it. And then this way it gives us, whoever's there with me, and I'm hoping Becky will be there too. So this way we can communicate with the families and see what their needs are, and then they can approach us and we'll take it from there.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah,
So let's get that sign up sheet out and I
Yeah.
love that idea. I think that's so awesome.
yeah, I think so too.
If
We're
you
gonna
can
try
just-
it. We're gonna try everything we can to
Yep,
support our community and show them that we do care, you know?
yep.
So, yeah, and it's teamwork, so,
And let the kids lead, because when you let the kids lead,
yeah. We're teaching them. We gotta delegate. We cannot be there all the time. So we delegate and we teach them. And it makes you feel better that somebody
Yep.
else is doing the work that they're capable of doing. And then we can talk to the adults,
yeah.
you know?
think
And I
my
wish I was
daughter-
there at Chatsworth. Chatsworth would have been really nice. The minute I heard, and I have a convention, so I just cannot be there. I wish I could change it, but I can't.
No
So,
worries. Don't worry.
yeah, yeah,
We got you.
yeah. Thank you, guys. This is a good team.
All right. Dr. Bright, Becky, you already cut.
Just to remind everybody that there is a basic car meeting for John's car at St. John, no,
John Hughes.
St. Euphrasia.
Oh, you first.
Next, the 14th of March at, I believe it's at 6 or 6:30. I'll get back to you on the time. And it's an in-person meeting. And Hilda and I went last month to a month or so ago, and you get a lot of information about your neighborhood and what to look out for. So I'd encourage everybody to attend that in-person meeting at St. Euphrasia, and it'll be on our website.
And also maybe bringing up the issue of the park closure, like we discussed a lot about this park.
With John, with the senior lead officer.
Yeah, like,
we meet and I will address that with him. I have noticed on the golf course though, we do have some unhoused people that are not a whole lot, but that are sleeping in the flower beds and stuff. It's not a big problem yet, but we got to keep our eye on it. And the golf course has been closed down a lot because of the rain. So all those safety measures, drive carefully. Also, one of the things that happened this past month is, I don't know if you guys saw that on Wilbur and Chatsworth Street, that the light had gone out during the rain. And it was a 4-way intersection. And there's 4 lights, traffic lights. All the lights were out from like Friday to the following Wednesday or Thursday. And there were a whole bunch of accidents. They didn't put any stop signs up. So I worked together with Northridge West Neighborhood Council. And she and I worked with the John's office, Councilman Lee's office, and also the police department and the city to get a stop sign put there. They didn't have a stop sign. And so people were just it's a 4-way thing. So we worked on that, and the light's working. So we're happy about it.
Great.
About it.
All right. Mr. Balin.
I don't want to overstep Becky, but I wanted to give two dates for the community if they're interested. This coming up on March 23rd, Thursday, at 11 a.m. We're having coffee with the cops at 11850 Balboa Boulevard in Granada Hills up in Knollwood. And also, we also have, do you want to talk about Solid, Becky?
Absolutely.
You want to go or you want me to just go ahead?
No, you go. The pancake breakfast, I have tickets. Buy them
Go
from
ahead,
me, not from David.
Becky has tickets, and it is going to be held on, give me a second here, April 22nd, and I'm sure Becky will talk about it again, from 8 to 11, and we like the community to come out.
Thank you, David. Those important announcements. I'm sure we'll have it on our calendar. Hilda?
Yeah, I'm announcing it at my office meeting, and John will be coming, I think on a week before, to our office to talk about safety to our fellow realtors. And at that time, I'm gonna push and see how many tickets I can sell to support,
When
of
you
course.
talk about
and-
John, you're talking about the senior lead officer, right? Not-
Yes, yes, senior lead.
I was-
Yeah, yeah.
Because we love them both.
Not John Lee. Yes.
Well, let me tell you something. John Lee can sell too, because he and I have done events
Oh.
together and we sell like
Yeah,
there's no tomorrow.
Yeah.
So either one could probably
So,
sell.
looking forward, yes, yes. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Well, good meeting, everybody. I think we're gonna wrap it up now.
Yeah. All
Are we
right.
done? Anything? Last call? Gabriel
night.
says, I'm gonna end the meeting. Okay.
Good night.
You guys have a great
Good night,
night.
everybody.
Adios. Signing off.